forward to playing my games.
I didn't know that's how that song ended. Anyways, hi, hello, it's me, Rick, it's Weasel. That was weird, but okay. Hi, hello. It's Friday, and because it's a Friday stream, it's a not Bonanza day, and I'm finally doing a Friday stream because boy, I've been doing quite a bit of traveling lately. Um, Speaking of traveling, I believe it's finally time for me to tell you all about what I got up to last week. Because boy, was it a very eventful week. Where's that meme of the thank goodness. What was the thing like it's been a long week and like in Captain it's just Thursday. 24 hours. In 24 hours like way too much stuff happened. So yeah. We're gonna start first with a little Squeakross, which it's been a bit since I played this. Um, while I wait for people to pile in. So, um, I, I say take it easy for a little bit. Um, I just want to see just enough people here so that I can, um, have the most audience when I'm telling my stories. Mm. By the way, the last 48 hours have been grueling for me because apparently I may have caught something at the con, some hella con crud. Um, and I've been dealing with like um horrible like I don't know what it was, but it gave me a hell of a sore throat. Um, I'm better now. I'm better. I slept it off last night. Like last night, I was still like really bad, but it was a good thing I think that today I didn't actually like I didn't I had off at work apparently. They gave me off like very short notice. Like I had not planned to have today off, but yeah. So I had off today. So I basically just slept in. And I think that helped a lot cuz I sleep very little when on the days that I have to work. Like 3 or 4 hours at most. Um I think I needed the sleep, so I just slept it off, and I feel better now. But yeah, let me just get this game going. Reminder that I play this with keyboard, so keyboard and mouse, because mouse it squeaks, Squeakross. God damn it. But yeah, hi, hello. I see Chip. Hi, hello. Chip, just subbed for 73 months, and Chip says, "Wehehehehehe. Greetings, Ricky, my sweet mustard. Time for some very special story time." Oh yeah, it is very special. My goodness. Um. By the way, did you know that the Steam Deck and the Switch 2 capture differently? So I actually have to go into my capture card's like config menu to change some settings when I do Steam Deck or Switch 2. That's why I don't like to switch between them, because they they don't capture the same way. So yeah. I see Twitch Happy. Hi, hello. Twitch Happy says first. No, you weren't. But hi, hello. Also River. Hi, hello. River says hello. Hi. Chip says, why did Mario just thank me? I don't know. That was weird. I didn't know that song ended like that. River says, gee, I wonder why you've been traveling. Colon 3. Face. Yeah, I mean, I travel a lot, especially in May. So, Scrappy, hi, hello. Scrappy says, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Hello, all. Smooch. Hello, special, lovely, adorable Weasel. Hope we're well today. I mean, I'm better. I wasn't well, but now I'm well. Um, Scrappy says at River, And Scrappy says, also, yay, Squeakross, comforty. Yeah, it is a comfort game. I like it. But yeah, also I'm drinking hella water because I'm dehydrated. River says, "Uh-oh." Well, that's good at least. Yeah, yeah. It was really. I got really sick, and I'm like flushing it out of my system now. Um, Scrappy says, "I'm glad you've healed." Poor Wee's baby. I don't get sick often, but when I do, it hits hard. You know, it has to be some really hard hitting whatever, like a virus or whatever, to get me down. That one had hands, but I'm better now. It's fine. River says, TBH, I wish I could go to FWA, but a lot of factors made me not go this year. Mainly me not having a job right now. Yeah, it happens. I mean, I guess you do need to get your priorities in place, as you know. Wait, is this Squeakross 2? Did I finish the first book? Oh yeah, I think I did. I forgot, I finished book 1. So I guess we're doing book 2 now. Yay. Scrappy says, "Oh, oof." Semicolon and semicolon sad face. River says, "Yeah, pretty much. I've been trying." Well, I'm glad you have. I'm glad you have at least. Oof. But yeah, I'll be starting with stories in a bit. Let me just warm up with some puzzles. You would not believe what I had to do. Wait, how do you do this again with the keyboard and mouse? 6, 7, 3. Yeah, how do you do this with a keyboard and mouse? Wait, can I do this with the controller? Is my controller working? No, my controller is not working. So yeah, how do you do it with keyboard and mouse? Is it right click? Oh yeah, but how do you do the other stuff? Yeah, the keyboard is just not straight up not working. What are the controls? F1. F1. Oh my gosh. F1. What? It seemed like it's stuck in some kind of limbo between keyboard controls and yeah, it's in some kind of limbo between keyboard controls and mouse and keyboard. Cause yeah, see, the glyphs are stuck in. Oh, I think I know why. Okay. The glyph seems stuck in controller mode, but even though it knows I'm using this. Ooh. How did I play last time? Does anybody remember? 3, 6, 3, space, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I don't remember how I did it. I hope this doesn't give me much trouble. 6, 7, 8, 2, space, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because there's like no middle click in this thing. I wonder if it's like 1, 2, 3. No. I honestly don't know. Oh, wait. I wonder if. Wait. Okay. Ooh, I think I know what I was. Okay, now I get it. Okay, so. Yeah, okay. I remember now. Last time I was using my actual like computer mouse and I was just switching inputs between them. 8, 9. Now I get it. I'm back Back on the saddle. I'm officially in the game. But yeah. So you would not believe how much work I had to do to get everything ready for stories. 3, 6. Because you know how I usually tend to just drop 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know how I tend to just drop just images on screen and hope that they work, or videos and hope that they're not too loud. I decided to be a little bit more professional this time, and I actually prepared a slideshow and different sets of images and such this time. So hopefully it all works out for space 6. Hopefully it works out, because I put my whole Wii in it. So please appreciate my efforts. But you'll see. I think we can start right after this puzzle. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3. This is definitely the 4, meaning that this is part of the 7, meaning that this is part of the 6, meaning that this ends here, meaning that this, and then this. So this is not the 5, this is the 5, meaning that this is the 5, and this is not here, meaning that you are, I mean, I already knew that you were not part of it. You're part of 4, meaning that this is the 3, meaning that this is here, and then this is part of the 6, so this goes here, and then this closes here, and then this is part of this 4, and that's the 9. Oh, this is the 3, closed. This is the 3. Okay, so this is definitely the 5. Close this, and then this. This is the 4. 3, space, 2. And close this. 7, 8, 9. And then that's the 6. Oh yeah, there's nothing here. That's the 2. That's the 1. Close that 4. Close this. That's the 2, 6. That's that. Close this here. And then 8. Okay. And then that's the 7, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's the same story here. What else? Close this. And that. And what else am I doing here? 5, 7. Zip. That. And then 5, 4. Okay, that's the 3. Close that. That's the 7. That's the 3. Close all this. And all of this. And then this is part of the 10. That's for the 5. 5. That's done. This is this. Here's that. Close that. Then this. This is done. This is here. Done. Done. Close. 3. 6. Done. 7. 2. 9. 2. Close that. 10 and 2. Still got it. Still got it. Still got it. Ooh, pirate hat. Okay, where's my... Okay, there we go. Let me catch up with the chat. Scrappy says, well, hoping for ya, mate. Smooches for all. Scrappy says, this fucking go-go music, like we are seriously go-go-go gompers. Go think about everything all at once. Going. We go to clap our hands. Indeed. River says, oh god, I suck at Squeakross. I think it's more fun to watch them play for me. I hope that was fun for you. Also, yes, Chip did he used the man shrugging emoji to create a 6-7. Yeah, if you use superscript 6 and superscript 7, you can do a 6-7 emoji. That's fun. I love that. Scrappy says, at River, Picross hurts my smooth brain too. Don't worry, XD. River says, ooh. Scrappy says, we sussy? Was he? We see? We sussy? Chip says, we sussy. River says, I feel like one of those fake mobile game at players who can't think at all when looking at this. My brain. It's fine. I was forged in the fires of Picross since I was a kid, so I've always been into it. That's why it comes so naturally to me. Chip says this game is Speak Weasel Brain. Yeah. Scrappy says at River Sudoku would probably be even worse. I love Sudoku. It also works for me. River says it was fun to watch, but dang my brain. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave it in this screen so I can start telling you the stories. All right. Welcome to Rick's Weasel Story Adventure Time something. I guess I'm gonna bring up the weasel for this. Where's the weasel? Weasel. Because, you know, I'm gonna be talking, so. Weasel it is. River says, yay, story time with Wheeze. Yeah. Okay, let me bring up. Where's Weasel? Weasel. I'm gonna put Weasel on top of everything. As a little bit of a watermark for the things I'm gonna show you. Scrappy says, oh, I should have made a cute logo for this XD. I mean, we can do that later. This was kind of an improvised thing. Anyways, so FWA. This is a con I had not been to since 2023. Last time I did it, and that was my first one. So this one was my second one. This was a very long operation, which actually took course over took course over 6 days. 6 days this was. So it all started on Wednesday last week. When very early in the morning I headed over to the airport, and because I was actually kind of early, I finally did something I wanted to do for a while, which was getting my boots shined. There's like a shoe shine at the airport. There's like a you know, one of those benches where you sit and you have your shoes shine, and there's always a sign there that says $6 any pair, and there's like an image of, you know, like dress shoes, like even like sneakers, some like heels, and also cowboy boots. And I was like, oh, okay, like $6, it's not bad. So I went and I told the guy very awkwardly, like, hey, these, you think you can do something about these? Because I was wearing a pair number 150, which is one of my favorites. They are these like tall. I'm just gonna show you these like very tall leather boots with metal plates on them. I told him, hey, what do you think about these? Like, yeah, sure, just like sit there. So I put my big duffel bag aside, my backpack aside, and then I sat, and he got to work. So he started, you know, cleaning them. I don't know how many things he used, but he used a lot of things, like a lot of different soaps and products and things. I like, it was insane. It took some good like 10-15 minutes for that. So, oh, River says, ooh, shiny. Also, hi, Ruggiero, hello. Hi, hello. Ruggiero says hello. Hi, I just started with stories. I'm talking about the very first thing, which was on Wednesday before I even left, where I got my boots shined at the airport, which is something I had been wanting to do for a while. So yeah, he gets down to doing it. I even have a photo of him working, but I think I got his face and I don't want to show that, so just believe me. So he started working on them for a while, and soon he was done. And yeah, they looked so much better. They looked like all shiny and stuff. He used like a lot of the techniques mirror shining. Me, despite being a very like boot guy, I'm not one for like taking care of them. A lot of my pairs are just like scuffed and just like covered in like old stains, because I don't know, I just wear them. I'm not one to like take too much care of them. It's kind of hard to do when you have almost 200 pairs, you know. Well, So he was done, and yeah, I got up and I was like, yeah, they look great. Okay, so I grabbed my wallet and I reached in, and yeah, I didn't know. I knew I had seen the sign $6, so I took out the money. I took a 5 and a 1, and I passed it to him. And I was in the I was about to put my wallet away, and then the guy like just said like, oh, you're missing money. I'm like, what? Because I actually didn't give him 6. I gave him 7. I 6-7'd him. I gave him $7 as a little bit of an extra tip because I really like how they came out. And he said that you need more, and I was like, what? He he said, yeah, it's $10, and I was like, ah. I stood there like a little bit like taken aback for a moment, and I thought he was joking. I actually thought he was joking. That he was like, ah, okay, cool. Because he then reached down to point at them and he said, yeah, 1, 2, pointing at the bottom of the boot and the metal part separately. And I was like, oh, what? He really seemed like he was not joking. So I hadn't put my wallet away, so I just kind of reached in and I instead gave him a $20 bill. And he gave me back my $7 that I had given him earlier. And then he just split that and he gave me a 10 back. And that's all. He just went back to his stuff. He was a very serious man. Like, I never once saw him smile. He just did his job and then charged me $10. Despite the sign saying $6 any pair, and showing a pair of cowboy boots as an example. So I'm not saying it was like it. I don't know. It felt weird. That's all I will say. It felt kind of weird. So I was like, okay, sure, you did the job, but I don't think I'm gonna be doing this again. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, by the way, this is how they looked at the end of that same day, after I had flown around, walked around airports, and then gotten back to the room. So they look fine. they look fine still, especially because I was gonna be wearing them for the rest of the weekend a lot. Scrappy said huff, and then Chip sent the boot emote and the cool Rick emote. Riju says the metal definitely required a different kind of treatment. I mean, I don't think he did much to the metal. I will say that. I don't think the metal was like that big of a deal. I think mostly because I did look down every now and then, he mostly worked around it. But okay, whatever. So yeah, I got the boots shined, and then I went to my gate to wait. So the original plan was like this. I was going to be flying to Phoenix to meet up with Zane and his roommate. And then we were going to fly together to Atlanta. But stuff got kind of difficult because Spirit Airlines had shut down not long before that. So stuff was kind of weird still. And also, I don't know what's going on with Dallas, but it kind of gave us trouble the entire weekend. The thing is, I couldn't make it on the Phoenix flight, which was kind of sucked. Also, I had a suitcase, so the suitcase was definitely gonna be on board that Phoenix flight. So I asked to get moved to another Dallas flight, and yeah, on the Dallas flight that I was just about to leave right after the Phoenix one, I couldn't get on that one, so I got moved to the next one, which is, the usual standby flying experience for me. Good thing is that one I actually did get on. So yeah, I got on that flight to Dallas, and it was kind of a long one because Dallas is kind of far away. So it was like, I think a couple of hours. Um, so yeah, it was a very calm flight. I had downloaded some videos to watch. Um, and everything was going well. River says, this is actually a very fitting story music, lol. This is why I picked this game, and also why I'm stopping in this screen, because the menu music is a little bit more frantic. So I stopped there. No, I was like flying and it was so cool. It was fine. Here's what happened. The moment I landed in Dallas and I turned off airplane mode on my phone, because I can get Wi-Fi on planes, but I decided to save it for the Atlanta flight because that one was going to be longer, and I think I can just do it like once, or I'm not sure if I can do it once per flight or once per day. It's a whole thing. I'm not... I'd rather not. That's why I downloaded videos, so I could watch those instead. So the moment I landed in Dallas and I turned off airplane mode, I got a weird notification that said Star Fox Direct from the Nintendo Today app on my phone, and I was like, what? So I didn't check anything else. I didn't check any messages, any servers, any messages, nothing. I just went straight into that because I said, okay, this is important. So I put on the Star Fox Direct on my phone while we started getting off from the plane. Scrappy says, oh yeah, dear God. Yeah, I know. Also, hi, Distra. Hello. Thanks for the sub. 74 months. Thank you. Distra says, got a mew. Anyways. Anyways. Distra says, John Darwin, like, hi, hello. Hey, hello. I'm telling stories about the con. So, while we were getting off from the plane, which took a while because I was not exactly right in front. Well, I grabbed my bag and everything, and I made my way out of the plane. In the DFW airport, which is big, I was watching the Star Fox Direct while I walked down, while I got on the train, because I needed the gate for my flight was in a completely different part of the airport. I was watching it, and I watched the whole thing as soon as I got. I finished it by the time I had got into my gate, and I had a lot of thoughts. So I immediately sat down, pulled my laptop out, and I started, getting on servers and stuff, and just talking to people, and I started just writing down my thoughts. I wrote down a lot of thought. But yeah, I already said what I think about this on the last stream, but the summary is, it looks good, but it's Star Fox 64 again. But they seem to have made significant changes. But boy, what the hell are those legs that they gave them? So yeah, it's fine. Chip says the Star Fox Direct dropped while I was taking a nap. Everybody I've seen, it seemed like it took every single person by at the worst moment. Some of the people I follow on YouTube said that they were about to get in a car. Some others were driving down the highway. Weird. It was probably the worst time ever. Also, a lot of furries were heading to FWA at that moment, so really weird. Oh, that was water. Sorry. Well, Zulgul, hi, hello, hi. Zulgul says, I was just at home when it happened, lol. Also, hi, hello. Hey, sorry, I'm ugh. Sorry, I lost my train of thoughts. But yeah, hi. I don't know how to introduce this. This is so cool. This is somebody I met at FWA. and I will bring them up in a little bit. Chip says, I did have a similar experience when I missed the switch to direct well on a plane. Huh. River says, I feel like I'm the only one who's okay with the new designs. Like, they are not the best ones. I like the adventure designs the best, but I'll probably still pick it up just because this franchise deserves another chance after the disaster of that was 0. Oof, yeah, but yeah. Zulgul says, hello, nice to catch you live after we met at FWA. We were in Star Fox Direct and at the time. Yeah, okay. So, I wrote my thoughts, and I basically sent them out. And it was soon time for my next flight. So, as soon as I got on the plane and we were about to take off, I kept writing my feelings. That's when if you saw a very big post from me on Twitter and Blue Sky, like a long thread, I was writing it while I was like getting on the plane. And I was about to take off. I basically hit send as soon as the plane was starting to just like speed up and take off. So yeah. By the way, bonus thing here. I took some nice footage of us taking off. This is some new feature, which is just video. River says that in the Mario Galaxy movie made me a fan of the franchise. I've been obsessed since. Yeah. I mean, I have a lot to say about Fox. Twitch, Abby says, quite the situation. Yeah. Anyways, I was calming myself down by looking out the window, and I saw the clouds. Look at the clouds. These were some strange clouds. See how they undulate? It's weird. It was almost like bubbling foam. Very, very strange. Yeah, that was me trying not to lose my mind. I was just filming clouds. But yeah. That helped me get my mind off things. I did log into the Wi-Fi on flight, and I just checked some other things. But I mostly just watched my videos and stuff. Chip says video wheeze and then an egg brick. River says, ooh, that's really pretty. Chip says foam BB. Yeah, it was foam. it was our beloved foam from Six Legends. But yeah, so I got to Atlanta. It was fairly late at night because, time zone shenanigans, and also it was a long flight. I landed. I met up with Zane and his roommate. We took all of our stuff because we were fairly loaded, and we headed to the hotel. We took a ride, like a big ride for all of our stuff, and we headed to the hotel. We made it to our hotel, the Hilton, a little bit past midnight. And this is where I will bring the next piece of multimedia that I will be showing you, which is the FWA map, so that you can have a good idea of what I'm talking about when I say that I was moving around. All right. Zul Ghoul says, I'm not a realism hater. I quite like it in some cases, but I get why new Star Fox is polarizing. I'm gonna miss Assault Falco though. Yeah, it's been a while since we had Assault Falco. Again, I mostly like the designs, but I'm not a fan of the stubby corky legs for Fox and the weird talons for Falco. Scrappy says foam. Zulgul says the poses they shot Falco in for Star Fox Assault. Yeah, he was cunty. He was so cunty in that game. Anyways, also new feature here. Boy, am I introducing features. This, where is it? There we go. It's the cursor, so I can point at things. All right, so this is where we were staying. This is the Hilton. This is one of the 3 main hotels, the Hyatt, the Marriott, and the Hilton. We were staying at the Hilton. Last time we did FWA, in 2023, we stayed at the Marriott, which is kind of the center point of the con. But this time we stayed at the Hilton, which was still good enough because there's this little thing, the Sky Bridge. So you don't have to go outside to go to the Marriott. You can, but you can just go through here. Chip says point, and then a pointing at you emoji. So that night we went up. We were put on the 20th floor. Our room number was 2009, which was interesting. I wonder what that meant. So we were put in the 20th floor. We went up, dropped our stuff off, and we got back down to the second floor to make it through the Sky Bridge to go to the Marriott just to see what was going on. Scrappy says 2009 diagnosis. River says, strangely, the new Peppy design made me realize he was very cute and hot, lol. Alright, we are not doing the Star Fox stuff anymore until it becomes relevant again. Don't distract me from my stories. River says fair. So we went to the Marriott because that's where everybody was hanging out at the atrium, which is the middle part. And yeah, there were a lot of people there already, like just furries, fursuiters. It was busy. It was very busy, even though it was past midnight. We didn't really do much aside from just kind of exploring. We mostly decided to go across the other Sky Bridge to the Hyatt, which is the other hotel, because we wanted something to eat. The food court was already closed because there's a food court. The food court is gonna be an important location. We went to the Hyatt and we just kind of got some food from the hotel there. I think I got some lemon pepper wings. So yeah, there wasn't much else to do. Nobody in my list of targets, but I did have a list of targets of people that I wanted to meet at the con. Nobody seemed to be available that late at night, past midnight. So instead, we just retreated to our room. So we went back through the Marriott, back through the Skybridge, and to the Hilton. And that was basically it. We put on the TV. We were watching Guy Fieri's games. That one thing where he makes people just run around, getting ingredients to try to make something from a supermarket. I don't remember, but we have something. Zane and I have this thing that we call the Oracle, which is that we tune into Food Network to see what's playing, and usually whatever show is playing at that moment tends to define how the con is going to be, like the vibes of the con. We determined that Guy's Games, that show meant that it was going to be a normal one. Just a normal con. Oh boy. So yeah, we just ate and then we just kind of went to bed. Okay. Well, let me put the cursor away. And I'll turn off the map. So we're gonna be moving. Oh yeah, that was Wednesday, by the way. We're gonna be doing Thursday, but first another puzzle. Wait, where's my thing? Okay, there we go. River says, I love Food Network so much. Whenever I get bored, I watch Shop. It's honestly, it is a cozy thing to watch. Honestly, it's very cozy to watch something from the Food Network, especially if you're stressed. It really calms me down. I don't know why. 10, 5, 2, 1, 2, 1, bam, bam, bam. That means there's a 4 here. That's the 1. Close this down. That means there's 2 more here. That's a 5. Close this. That's part of a 2. This is one of those 2. There's a 6 here for sure. Part of this. There cannot... Because there's a 6 here that might be this or this. This cannot be a 3. Meaning that this is a 3. That's a lesson that you should know if you're doing Squeakross puzzles. There's some bases, some inextricable rules that will always apply. 5, 6, 7, 8. This is why I like Squeakross. They're like hidden rules that you start to grab as you do puzzles. You start to just kind of like they become something instinctual, which just makes things a lot easier in general. All right, that's 3. That's the 3 for the 2. That's 2 space 3 space 2 space 3. Oh, okay. So this one is solved. Okay, so that's 3 space 2 space 1 2. Okay, these are part of it no matter what. This is a 1 though, meaning that this is a 2 and this is a 2. There we go. 5 6. This is a 3. I don't know what that is. 4 5 6. This must be part of a 5. So because of this, 1 2 3 4 5, and this gets closed off. This 5, this is not gonna use any of this, meaning that this 3 is also not here. The 5 must be somewhere around here. That closes this 3 down to here, and then this 6 goes here. Do this, and then what else? Oh, this 3 is solved. This 3 is also solved. That's a 7. 3 4 5 6 7. Done. 3 closed. Done. This done, and then there's a 6 somewhere around here. There's an 8 here. This is part of a 2. This is the other part of the 2. I'm pretty sure this is a 1. So I'm just gonna close this down here. And then there's a 3 here. Oh, another 3 here. This is a 5. That's it. That's the 7. This is part of that 3. Oh yeah, we don't need this. There's a 2 here. And then this. Done with that. Done with this. Is that 3? I think this 3 is like the last thing in this column, so let's close everything else. There's the 3 is definitely here. This is a 3, meaning that this is one of the ones. This is a 1. This is definitely a 4. This 2 doesn't need this one. Close this down. There's this. This 5 is here. This is closed. This is also closed. Very closed. This. Close that. We don't need this. That means the 8 goes all the way over here. We close this. And then that. Close this. And then this. And then this. And that. And this. And this. And also this. This over here. Close that. This is part of that 9. That's the 9 done. That's the 2. That's the 3. That's it. There we go. Chip says, did we do the Oracle at AFC? I don't remember. We may have. I think we were too busy. That's the thing. We usually do it when we don't have a lot going on. But the AFC was kind of hectic with so many people, so I don't think we had much downtime at all. Also, Rubes, hi, hello. Rubes says, scariest game I've ever seen. I know. It's so scary. River says, ooh, that is a swanky bookcase. I know, I like it. I wish I had something like that. My bookcase is currently barely holding on. I feel like it's just going to snap at some point. And it's gonna be a disaster. I'm just waiting for that to happen. Chip says, yeah, we were very busy. Okay, with another puzzle down, it's time to go over to It's time to go to Thursday, which is the next day at the con. All right, bring me Thursday. So, Boots back. Um, because we were not gonna be doing much to that early in the morning at the con. We decided to go to something that is very close. It's actually in walking distance, which is the World of Coca-Cola EM. So we went to the World of Coca-Cola, which was just a few blocks away. I wonder if the map is this in the map? Let me check. It's not in the map. No. It should be where the aquarium is, but I don't think I can see the aquarium in this map. It's somewhere. I don't remember where the aquarium. Okay, you know what? Let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, I see it. It's actually kind of further away. Okay, I see it. It's here. It's where's my cursor? Cursor. Okay, it's here. The both the aquarium and the Atlanta Aquarium and the World of Coca-Cola are over here. So from the Hilton, it was a bit of a walk, but we did make it. We did make it. So we got there fairly early. And yeah, I do believe I have photos of that. One sec. Can I get the cursor out for a moment? Where's my photos? Okay, next. Okay, so they showed us the vault where they keep the secret formula. It was extremely cheesy. This place is like, I don't know what was up with that place. There were other furries there, by the way, in their own parties, but it's like, wow, Coca-Cola has like done so much for the world. It was really funny. This is Coca-Cola basically just believing they are the most important thing in existence. It's so funny. Yeah, they had this whole like exhibit of like how the secret formula, and it's been moving around, and it's been kept so secret. Secret. River says, why is there a Coca-Cola vault like the Disney one? Sobbing emoji. I don't know. They take their shit very seriously. I'm not sure why. They had basically a museum stuff. They were exhibiting a bunch of things. One of them were these like comics, which are like Coca-Cola crossovers. Shout out to the one at the bottom, which is like Rocket. It's like Rocket. Also Deadpool. There was so much Deadpool here. Scrappy says Kilka Killa. Tip says right now Fanta is doing an Epic Gamer collab thing. If you buy Fanta, then Ghosts from Call of Duty will show up in your bedroom. Scrappy says the one thing I know about Coca-Cola is that they have a streamlined, modern building somewhere out there. Deadpool, yeah. Tip says Rocket are beloved. Yeah, it was fun going to the World of Coca-Cola and seeing Rocket Raccoon, and they also had like a special Switch Lite branded Coke things. I don't know. Oh, and Labubu. They had Labubus too. Weird. Chip says that's not a joke. It actually happens in the commercial. Yeah. Zulgul says Conky Collar. Yeah. But yeah, we kind of like went through this museum stuff real fast. We wanted to actually taste things. So we went to this one section where they have you make your own flavor it was kind of very busy, so we couldn't do it the proper way, but they had these like Coke freestyle machines where they would dispense like mystery blends that are like spices and fruity and vanilla-y stuff like that. So you could just make a mix. They even had this thing that you could like scan a code on your phone and then on your phone answer a bunch of questions and then they would generate a flavor for you. So I did that. I decided they asked me, how are you feeling? Like are you feeling zen? Are you feeling relaxed? And I'm like, this just a lot of nonsense. And I just kind of I went, I'm feeling wild. I said, I'm feeling wild. I want you to surprise me. Like hit me with your flavors. So it made a mix. And I pour some in a cup. And then I drank from it. And I'm not kidding. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever tasted. I would have never imagined that a drink could have 3 different aftertastes, one after the other. It was so, I don't know. Okay, so it was like a cinnamony thing, but also chocolatey. It was trying to go into cream soda, but then it pulled back into orange, and then it ended up like grapey. It was, yeah. I was not kidding when I said fuck me up, and it did fuck me up. It was weird. I think I can make it again, but I mean I don't know when I'm going to go there again. I wish I had taken some with me, but they just kind of had like sample cups, and also at the end there was a sign that said no liquids beyond this point, so it basically taste it there and just keep it in your memory. Chip says anti up. River says whoa, that sounds strangely good. Not the 3 different kind of aftertaste though. It yeah, I could still taste it after I left that place, but they also had some separate machines where they had 3 drinks. They had New Coke, Tab, and some experimental mix. We had all 3 of them. So I tasted New Coke because I was curious about it. I gotta say, I can tell why people hated it. If this was the new flavor that they were going for back then when they wanted to do like New Coke, you know what it tasted like? It's basically flat Pepsi. It just tasted like flat Pepsi. That was weird. That was so weird. I also had Tab, and I feel like I had Tab before. So it wasn't that special. It was kind of some diet nonsense. It tasted like diet nonsense. I didn't like it much. River says New Coke with an absurd amount of quotes around new. Scrappy says, oh man, I remember hearing jokes about New Coke from 80s hits. They are warranted, I think. Also, New Coke is like the thing that stuck with Zane the most. He has it as his status on Discord right now. Chip sent 3 laughing rigs and says, I actually prefer Pepsi. I don't complain. I actually go for either Coke or Pepsi depending on my mood, but I like both. I really like both. I just like cola. Chip says, there's also Coke too. Yeah, I didn't see that one. Scrappy says, New Coke traumatized the poor guy, XD. Scrappy says, I don't drink soda, period. Yeah, me, I'm light on the soda. I go for sparkling water now, but like I have soda as a treat every now and then. River says, I'm not a soda person, but I kind of want the surprise mix you had for scientific purposes and to see if I actually like it. Tell you what, if you come to FWA at some point, I'll do this. I will go to the museum again on my own, and then I will go and make my mix again if they still have the same combinations of flavors. I'll fill a cup with it, because they do have a cup that you can actually fill with soda and take with you. But yeah, I will fill up with my flavor, and I'll bring it back to the con. So you don't have to go there. It's a promise if you actually go. I will show you my mix. And anybody that goes back to FWA, I'll do it for you. I will spend $25 because that's what it costs to go in. I will spend $25 to bring you a taste of that weird mix that I made. Scrappy says at River, experimentation is always good. Chip says, actually, I most prefer Pepsi Max. I used to be a Pepsi Max fiend when I was in college and I needed the caffeine. Because I don't do coffee. River says, I'll be sure to take you on that offer. Hehe. Take you up on that offer. Yeah. Scrappy says, it isn't, but also it is. Okay, but yeah. So I tasted the things. There was also some kind of experimental mix that they had. It was purple. I tasted it. It was some berry nonsense. So I guess if they release some kind of berry drink in the future, I'll know that it was that. But yeah, we left that specific tasting area. We walked around a little bit more in the museum, and the freaking Coca-Cola bear was there taking photos. Do I have my photo? Let me see if I have the photo. So I actually we got in line because there were other furries. Like everybody wanted their photo taken with the Coca-Cola bear. Because of course furries wanted that. Let me see if I can see it. Whoop! I'm tripping over my own water bottle. Let me see if they are gonna let me get my photo, or are they gonna be like, no, not like, no, this doesn't. Oh man, did you know that they sell you the photos? Yeah, they're selling us the photo. How do I buy a digital photo? I don't want to buy it. $30? What do you mean $30 for to buy a digital photo? Are you kidding me? Okay, yeah, this is some hot nonsense. I will not be buying those. We actually do have our own photos that we took, but I couldn't get those. But believe me, it was really cute. But yeah, they sell you your photo with the Coke bear for $30. So it's just one photo, but they're putting it in different backgrounds. But it actually fucking costs $30 to download them. That's insane. River sent a bunch of exclamation points and then said, show. Scrappy says, oh, of course you perked up. And Scrappy says, column 3. And River says, what? Yeah, it actually is $30. I'm checking it right now. This is insane. Okay, so I don't have the photo we took, but I want you to imagine this. So it was me, Zane, and Zane's roommate. Both Zane and his roommate are standing. Okay, in the photo they're standing to the left, and then there's the polar bear, and then there's me. The bear is actually like trying to bite my head, like he's leaning his head on top of me, and I'm just shrinking down, like he's actually putting his head, he's putting his freaking head on top of me, and just like he's like squinching me down. And Zane and his roommate are just standing on the other side, completely ignored by the bear. Like I actually got, this is my clickbait video. I got mauled by the Coca-Cola bear. Gone wrong. Wish it had gone other way. Scrappy says, oof. Chip says, turbo? Yes, turbo. River says, aww. But But yeah, no, it's super cute. I have to get that photo sometime. I don't have that, but I'll get it for you. So yeah, we got that photo, and then we left from there, and then we went to the next part of the tour, which was the last. It was the last thing and the most important, which was the tasted room. This is what we were here for. This is what we were like. This is what we were really excited for. Hold on, let's see. Okay, so the tasted room is where they have these like soda things, where they allow you to taste like sodas and drinks from other countries. And they had a bunch of these. They did have a good amount of these. From many countries. Also, the floor was sticky. The floor was so sticky. I knew it was gonna be sticky because in some video essays about the place, they say, yeah, the floor is sticky, and I expected the floor to be sticky, and then I went there and the floor was sticky. So yeah, it was fun. River says, Def, send it via social stuff if you find it. River says, well, it's a soda floor, lol. Yep. So I grabbed a little like cardboard cup and I started just like tapping the button on each one to get just a little sip of everything, because I wanted to taste everything. This machine, okay, it's kind of hard to see. This is the one time where I will actually bring up the photo and just do a zoom in just on its own, just so you can actually read it. So there's this thing, there's a bunch of drinks here. Where's my cursor? So, wow, okay, this is supposed to be on top of this. I didn't try many of the like regular. These things were very regular. I don't remember them. I tried Thumbs Up, whatever this is. It was just some kind of cola, I think. I don't remember it. This was another kind of Fanta. I don't remember if it was like... Oh, it was pineapple Fanta. And it was extremely mild. It didn't taste like anything. Lift, we've had this in Mexico. Nothing special. I don't remember what this Fanta was. But the thing that actually stood out the most from this station was Country Club. This is Country Club Meringue. This is a soda from Dominican Republic, and I was absolutely obsessed with it. I freaking loved it. It was this like yellow colored soda, and I was obsessed with it because it was... So it was kind of cream soda like, but not really, because I hate cream soda. I actually cannot stand cream soda. I will drink it if it's the only thing there, but it's not the flavor I go for. But this shit's great. So if you can look it up, it's Country Club Meringue. It's amazing. It's great. It's best. In this place, in this place, the tasted place, they have... So they won't let you get out of there with your little cardboard cup, but they do sell like $5 plastic cups with a lid on top that you can actually keep. So you are encouraged to, buy one of those and pour one flavor that you like so you can take it out of the museum. That's what I'm offering to do with you with this strange flavor. Tip says Lift, like the lemon flavor drink? No, manzana Lift, like apple. It's an apple soda. Lift is an apple soda. River says, can't say I've heard of Country Club before. It's obscure. I hadn't heard of it either, and it ended up being my favorite flavor. Let me check the other places. I love that we haven't even started with the con, and this is already This is the other station. I will also bring it up. Oh, big. Yeah, big. Okay, enhanced. You know what? I'm gonna enhance this even more. Hell yeah. So there's some shit. I forget this cursor is behind this. There's some standouts here. This was some weird strawberry soda, kind of something. Something called Minute Maid Joy. Then I don't remember what this was. Just straight up lemonade. I kind of ignore these like tea lemonades because whatever. Okay, here's the thing. I tried Inca Cola because a lot of people just rave about this stuff. It was fine. It wasn't that big of a deal. I don't remember much about it. I don't even remember what it tasted like. It was not a cola. It did not taste like cola. Oh, this Fanta. This was melon Fanta, and it was actually really good. Before I tried Country Club, this was gonna be the one I was gonna be taking with me in my cup. But because I ended up liking Country Club more, I took that. Stony. I think this is like a ginger beer. This was very gingery. Like, it was actually spicy. I didn't like it that much. Scrappy says more like Country Club. Scrappy says, oh, the Wheeze Pointer, I just noticed. Chip says, Lift was a staple drink here in Australia for years, but it was lemon flavor, not Sprite, but lemon squash. Apparently, apple is the default flavor in other countries. Yeah, that's weird. I don't get it. Scrappy says, Minute Maid Lemonade, I miss you. Also, never ever heard of like half of these. Well, that's kind of the point. They give you like weird drinks from around the world to taste. Chip says, it was similar to Minute Maid, but less sweet. But the standout of this machine was Beverly. Beverly is this like Italian what did they call it? Aperitif drink, which is also not sold in Italy anymore. So Beverly, I think you can only get here in this museum, and it's gross. It's bitter. It's a bitter soda. It's horrible. I don't like it. It's kind of like the meme when you come to this place. Apparently, it's like you have to try Beverly. That's the whole thing. It's awful. It's a nope. Actually, when they were like, we stuck around the tasted area for a while, and we saw the other party of furries coming in. I stuck around just to watch them drink the sodas, and especially the Beverly. And I just love seeing their faces when they had it too. So yeah, that was a whole thing. What's the other stations like? Oh, this one. Okay. Let me get my cursor out of the way. Let me get the big version of this. Whoa. Okay, let me see if I can actually crop this one to the side. Yeah, that's it. That's more like it. This is not my picture. This is a picture I found online, by the way. So this one had other flavors like Sprite Limonade. Weird. I don't remember what it tasted like. It was kind of sour. Fanta Apple Kiwi. I think this one wasn't that big of a deal. Bonbon Anglais. I also don't remember what this was like. Meso Mix, also very underwhelming. Royal, which is apparently, it's like Fanta-like. It's watermelon. Did not taste like... It tasted like watermelon sparkling water. It was not sure. It was not sweet at all. It was weird. There was this thing, Aquarius Libre. I don't remember what it was like. I think it was some Gatorade nonsense. And I think there was like an Indonesian soda here, but I don't remember what it was. Or it was some tea. I don't remember. Very, very on like most of the flavors were just kind of eh. Oh, why are we back here? Oh, I know why. Okay, sorry. I forgot to refresh my thing. This gallery of images actually needs to be refreshed. And by refreshed, I mean I need to re-add the directory of images that I'm using. There we go. Okay, so past this. Wait. Oh, this is in the wrong order. We'll get to Wolf. We'll get to Wolf, but I think the pictures got added in a strange order. Let me fix that real quick because bup, 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 bup. Bup, 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 bup. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, awesome. Let's see. 1, the vault, the comics, tasted 1, tasted 2, tasted 3. Okay. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We'll get to that. Chip says Power Force. I think that's Powerade. That's just Powerade. Ruggiero says fruit tea. Let me check. I don't remember what was on the machine. Yeah, I don't remember what they put. Wait. Oh, fresh tea. Yeah, fresh tea. Fresta. Yeah. That's what was on. That's what was on the thing. Fresh tea. Yeah. It didn't taste like anything. It was like honey flavored. Yeah, fresh tea honey. That's the Indonesian drink that was on the thing. It didn't taste like anything. It was, I don't know. It was just kind of nothing. River says, "Whoops, that wolf is very cute though. OMG." We'll get to that. Rio says, "Ooh," but yeah. So that was basically our thing. I got my country club, and then we exited through the gift shop. I loved that when they introduced us to the museum, in the intro, they said the only way out of here is through the through the gift shop. You cannot leave in any other way except through the gift shop. And we were like, okay, sure. So we didn't really get anything at the gift shop. I just had my little cup of country club, and then we left. I think I don't remember if we took a what was it? Did we take a ride? Or did we walk? I'm trying to remember. I think we walked back to the Did we? Okay, no, I'm trying to remember what we did. But we got back to the hotel regardless. I don't think it matters, but we got back to the hotel. So, back at the hotel, I went up to our room. We went back to our room so I could drop off my little cup of soda. And I kind of wanted to shower real quick because we were going to be heading down for opening ceremonies, which is, fun to do. So yeah, I kind of got showered real quick, went down to opening, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember because things were kind of all over the place, but I think we went to the food court. And then Diesel was there, or I think I met up with Diesel before, and then he followed us to the food court. Yeah. Yeah. So I met up with Diesel, which is like a friend of mine, Skullhead Monster. Um, we went to the food court where that's where we met Tim. Tim was there. Um, and we ate a little. I ate some bulgogi meat with rice, and then we headed over to back to the Marriott for the opening ceremonies. And yeah, I kind of missed the beginning of it, but it was just them like introducing people and just anything of note, which wasn't a lot. And then I love that they ended almost like they were going to be revealing something really big, so everybody just stuck around. But no, it was just that the music for playing everybody off so they would leave. It was very intense to the point where like the music ended and they had to come back and say, "You're still here? Just go, leave. There's nothing else." Because they everybody thought they were going to reveal something else because the outro music was so intense that it seemed like they were going to reveal something. River says, "Yeah, they're pretty mild." River says, "Yeah, I'm not a honey person at all." River says, "That sounds weird in a soda." Also, Egret the Rain Paws. Hi, hello. Don't think I've seen you here. Egret the Rain Paws sent a Dino Dance emote and an umbrella with raindrops. Hey, hi, hello. I'm telling my con stories here. So, after the opening ceremonies, I did see a bunch of people around because we did a little bit more exploring. I saw Tim. I saw Tiramisu Coyote, which is like a very fancy fella. I saw Taboos. Wow, Tim, Tiramisu, Taboos, lots of teas. I saw Rick Fox at some point as well, who will be important in this story. And then I think a little bit later we went for dinner. So we returned back to the Hilton, our hotel, because in the basement level of that hotel, there's this place called Trader Vic's, which is just a chain of like tiki bar restaurants, fairly well known, because it's very old. Like Trader Vic's is from like the 30s. And there is a Trader Vic's in the basement of the Hilton. We went the last time we went to FWA. We went after closing because there were like an after con party. But this time we decided to go like Thursday evening. And that's where we go to this. This place was weird because instead of you know how like in many restaurants you get like bread and butter while you wait, this place has crackers and peanut butter. That thing there, that's peanut butter. Very strange. Also different types of crackers. It was tasty. It was peanut butter. I'm just gonna use my glove here. Peanut butter, crackers, weird crackers with things on them. Also the drinks menu. This place had a very intense drinks menu. They are apparently known for their Mai Tais, which, yeah. I think that's why we went on Thursday, because the Mai Tais were like half off or something. And Zane wanted one. So we did order drinks. And I got myself a guava Mai Tai, which was kind of intense. It was very intense. I don't drink. I don't really drink, like, at all. But I opened up to it because I want to get like fruity drinks. This thing it had burn to it. It's not the kind of alcohol that I like, but I still drank the whole thing. It was minty AF. But yeah. Scrappy says oh whoa. Yeah, don't think anything about it. I don't get. That's the thing. I cannot get drunk. It's impossible for me to get drunk. So it didn't do anything to me. I didn't feel like ordering a lot of food because the place is kind of expensive. So instead, I just got this, which was an order of crab rangoon. I've become a bit of a cream cheese rangoon fiend, but having it with actual crab inside, I couldn't pass the opportunity, so I just got myself that. And then it had a very good like um s- sweet. Was it? I think it was like a sweet and sour sauce that came with them. Really good. My favorite kind of sweet and sour sauce. Um, this is basically all I ate at the restaurant because again, stuff was kind of expensive. I was not gonna be getting a $30 rack of ribs, so I was good. I was good on that. I think Zane did get a giant steak. And I wanted to help him finish it off, but because he got it medium, he got it cooked medium. It was just not. It was kind of weird texture wise. I don't like. I like my meats. I like my meats medium well. I can't do medium and lower. Scrappy says, "I know. I'm just saying. For me, I want drink. I really don't think you would like it." River says, "Huh? I never knew you couldn't get drunk. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if that's a name for a condition like that." Yes, the condition is having a damaged liver. Okay, so I mean, just quick weasel history lesson. I have a bad liver because, and not because of drinking or anything, simply because I had a terrible diet the first 20 years of my life. Because of that, my liver got damaged to a very high degree. So, back in 2018, I had to get myself on a really like intense diet where I basically ate very minimal foods for 6 months. Like 6 months straight, nothing fun for food, just the most bland of foods. So, but apparently that was enough to reverse the damage of 20 years because my liver was fine. So it kind of recovered. Years after that, Zane and I decided to like, cause we were always like, we don't drink, like we never liked anything alcohol related, because aside from not liking the taste, it was just not for us. Like we've always been like very tempered. Like we don't believe in drinking and just getting drunk or anything. So here's the thing. Lately, some years ago, I opened myself to like having drinks, but only if they tasted good. That's the thing. I want fruity stuff. I will not do beer. I will not do like just straight up liquors because I don't like that taste. I don't like the bitterness. I don't like the burn that they have. There's some drinks that are actually some alcoholic quote unquote drinks that I actually do like, but I will not go out to get them. If it's a fruity thing, I might as well just be having soda, so I just have soda instead. I will just have them if there's like something fun and interesting, like a cocktail with lots of fruity bullshit where you can't taste the alcohol. Those are fine. I will do those. The problem is because of my liver, that's the thing. Aside from me not tolerating the taste of alcohol, I cannot have a lot of it because it doesn't get me buzzed or anything. I have never been drunk in my life because I either don't have enough or this is what I believe is happening. This is my hypothesis of how my body works. I believe my liver is overprotective. My liver just simply takes the brunt of anything that goes into my body. It loves it. It loves taking the hits for it. That's why when I first got when I first got blood tests, when I was like still checking what was going on with me back then, the blood test said that my blood sugar was low. It was low despite my terrible diet of like a lot of sweets and bread and just big carb diet for the first 20 years of my life. But my blood sugar was low because apparently that's what my liver was doing. It was just kind of taking all the hits. So that's what I think. I believe my liver just takes the hits and it will not allow me to get drunk. Like, I cannot get the alcohol meaningfully into my blood for me to get affected by it. It can get me a little dizzy, but never, it does not affect my judgment at all. I don't understand. Anyways, if I were to ever have enough alcohol that it would get me drunk in any meaningful capacity, it would also fuck up my liver. So I cannot do it. It's impossible for me. That's the thing. That's the reality of the situation. Alright, I hope that clarifies things a little. Chip says crab, and then a crab emoji. River says, oh, oops. Scrappy says liver wheeze. And River says, I'm sorry. You're fine. You're fine. Scrappy says, yeah, my diet worries me. I wonder if I'll suffer liver stuff. And then, oh no face. You should probably get a checkup at some point. It's a good idea. Do as I say, not as I do. River says that Scrappy, same here. I'd say I'm kind of balancing what I eat, but I tend to overeat sometimes. Scrappy says at River, I'm the opposite. I don't think I overeat. I just eat a lot of not healthy stuff. X3 face. Yeah, that's why I've also like cut back on like a lot of things. And now I just have them. Now I split my diets into home diet and travel diet. If I'm at home, I just stick to foods. Did you know that when I got prescribed food by a dietist back then with my liver stuff, I got prescribed a set of meals that I could have? Down the line, I ended up adapting those meals just to make them a little bit more fun, just a little bit, but they're still like relatively healthy portions and just not too intense. To this day, I keep on sticking to that menu. I've been eating from that menu from the last 8 years, daily. Like, there's a set of like morning meals. I think like I call them like, they're kind of breakfasty, but they're like more like lunches and dinners that I stick to. And I've been eating those for 8 years straight, as long as I'm home. A small set of foods that I eat from. And they don't bother me because I like them. I like them. So, and because I know that when I get to travel, or sometimes during the weekends, I can just eat whatever I want. They are kind of my cheat days. So if I'm traveling, I'm in cheat mode. And I can just eat whatever. As long as when I get back home, I just stick back to my meals. Which I will do, because it's easy to do. Scrappy says, I'll be so real. IRL, no drinks. I don't want to get drunk. If I could turn into my persona, though, I'm going to be drunk all the time. Toon magic will keep me alive. Egret, the rain pauses at Scrappy. Gosh, to be a Toon in the rain. And then an umbrella with raindrops. Ooh. I find your thing interesting. So is your thing being in the rain? Would you happen to also have rain gear? I'm intrigued. Scrappy says at Egret, Toon possums, and Egret says at Scrappy, blush emoji and a thumbs up emoji. Scrappy says that's really cute, actually. Yeah. Okay, so just to wrap up Thursday, after we had the dinner, we just we went out and we hung out around the con. And I finally got to meet Squeaks. Squeaks is a friend of mine who I've been talking to online for a while. I met them. Where did I meet them? I'm trying to remember. I may have just randomly met them on Blue Sky somewhere. The thing is that at some point I discovered that Squeaks is friends with Sumner, who is one of Zane's roommates. He didn't come to the con with us. He's the other roommate. Because the household, that household, I believe, is Zane, his roommate Turbo, Sumner, the rat, and Meki, who came back recently after a year of being on his own with in a different furry household. But yeah, Thursday evening is when I got to meet Squeaks in person, and it was fun. I brought them back to our room, where I showed them a bunch of things. I actually had packed my. If you have ever seen them, I have a pair of like red clown boots. I actually brought those to the con specifically to show Squeaks. Like, I didn't wear them at all at the con. I just brought them so that Squeaks could see them. And yeah, Squeaks saw them. And they fulfilled their purpose. That's it. That's all that happened. I showed Squeaks my other, like, boots and things and gear, and we just kind of talked around. While I showed Squeaks some of the, like, drawings. Because Squeaks has drawn, like, some really fun things for me. Recently, I'm like, is this commission safe for work? It is. It is. So Squeaks drew this for me recently. Whoa, this is a big one. To fit the screen, thank you. So yeah, Squeaks drew this piece for me not long ago. And it's a fun one. I like it. It's part of their what? How do you say that? Inflate Prill? It's inflation. It's inflation stuff, but in April. Inflator Frill? Hold on. Let me read it. Let me read how that goes. I was following it for a while. Inflapril. Yeah, there we go. Where mine was about having an inflated ego, but also, you know, bulging out a little for funsies. Egret the Rainpaw says no rain gear, but I have an umbrella. And then a rainbow emoji and the umbrella with raindrops emoji. Stryback, hi, hello. Stryback says, hi, sorry I'm late. Dozed off for a couple hours. I mean, it's fine. I'm literally just starting the con, I've been talking for an hour, but I mostly just talked about my flight, the whole Star Fox thing, and how on Thursday I mostly just went to the Coca-Cola World of Coca-Cola thing in Atlanta, tried a bunch of weird sodas, and had dinner at a tiki bar, talked about my thing with booze and my liver. And now I'm talking about how I met up with Squeaks, who is a friend of mine, who drew this picture for me, and is also working on a really fun comic. Which I'm really excited for. Hopefully it's gonna be happening soon. I can tease it a little. I just gotta say that comic is probably not gonna be safe for work. But some parts of it are super adorable. I'm just gonna show you. I'm just gonna show you a couple of exclusive works in progress of it. At least the safe for work stuff, so you can see it. There we go. Let me just take this one out of the way. Okay, just exclusive works in progress. This is me on the left, and that's Squeaks on the right. Their Sona is like a clowny rat. Just fun. I just love their aesthetic just so much. River says, oh yeah, that's cute. Chip says inflate pearl. Scrappy says huff. Scrappy sent a heart, and Scrappy says, try back, welcome in. Chip says, pumping up those muscles. River says, puffy muscles, hehe. Scrappy says, good art. Rio says, really good. And then River sent a green heart emoji. Rio says, ooh. Chip says, cute. Scrappy says, curious. This will be a fun thing, Huff. Which Abby says, I like. Yeah. Here's another part from that. This is super adorable. Look at this. Okay, so that's Rick finding a pair of boots in a very suspicious mushroom circle and just pogging, basically pogging. I love this. I really love how I look in Squeak's style, and I made sure to tell them how much it meant to me in person. So it actually meant a lot to meet Squeaks in person. To the point, I'm not a spoiler, but I'm just gonna say Squeaks was the highlight of this con for me. Chip says, fairy boots. River says, Scrappy sent a crying Rick and a heart. Rio says, I wonder what the consequence will be. Let's just say that the consequences of this situation get a little monstrous and really grotesque. I will just say this is gonna go into body horror. I love how it starts very innocently, but it just devolves into body horror real fast. So if you can stomach it, it will be done at some point. River says Weezgers, Weasel Poggers. Scrappy says, God, I'm excited. Yeah, I will let them know that y'all are looking forward to it. So okay, so just to wrap that part up, yeah, it was a fun time with Squeaks, and then they had to go back to the room because that was, I believe, the reason why I couldn't see Squeaks during most of Thursday, because they were helping out set up at Vendor Hall, which we will talk about Vendor Hall in a moment. Strybeck sent a a fear emote. Yeah, no, be scared, be scared. That comic is like not for the faint of heart. So that is it for Thursday. Yay, we did it. Okay, so next we're gonna be doing one more puzzle. I love that I'm just gonna be able to do like 5 puzzles. We're just gonna do 1 page of this because of the whole storytelling. Well, here's the thing. The storytelling is the main thing. Is the main thing here. The puzzles are basically just an excuse for me to say, yes, I played games during this stream. 3, 5, 4, 3, bam, bam. That's a 7. How do I do a 7? 5, 6. Okay. And then that's a 6. Solved. That's down. 2 space 1, 2, 3. 3 space 1, 2. Okay, this is definitely a 4. I'm not sure what this is. Okay, 3 space 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10 space 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay. That's a 12. I believe that's solved. That's 2 and 12. How can you know? Because this thing is 15 long. 2 plus 12, that's 14. Plus the space between them, that's 15. So that's how you can very easily determine if something is solved. Oh, and this is also very solved. Okay, this is part of a 3. This is part of a 5, meaning that this is not part of it. This is a 1, and this is the other one. This is not part of that 9. This is that. This is a 2 here. There's a 2 here, so we don't need this. This is 4. We don't need this to make a 2. This is the 4. This is part of the 6. This is the 2 solved. There's a 3 here. There must be a 2 here. I don't know where. That's the 1 done. There's a 6 here. 3 is done. This is too long. If this was connected, this would be at least a 5. There's no 5s here. So obviously this is a 4 and this is a 3. Now, is this a 1 or is this a 6? I don't know yet. So I'm just going to build up a 6 from here. And then if the 1 was here, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that's that for the 3, that for the 2. Wait a minute. That means that this is the 6. And therefore this one is done. This is the 2. This is closed. This is the 4. This is for the 3. For the 3. This is just a 1, meaning that this is the 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a 2 done. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. That means the 9 covers all of this. We don't need this. 3, 3, 3. 1, 2. That means this is a 2, and this is the other 2. 2, and that's the 3. Perfect. That's 4. That's 8, and that's the 1. That's this done. This is the 1. This is the 3. Bam, 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 bam. 5, done. 4, 5, done, done. 3, done. There, done. 1, and 6. Ta-da! River says, birds getting sleepy. May doze off while listening. If I disappear, then yeah, lol. I enjoy listening to you talk, though. I mean, we can always have the VOD, so if you fall asleep, you can always go back if you want to hear the rest of it. Scrappy says, at River is sleepy. Everyone has such a nice voice, so yeah. River says, also, is there like a customizable room in this game? Because I noticed all the puzzles are furniture related. Yes, there actually is. I could show you, but then I would lose the screen. If you can look it up. If there's a Squeakross Home Squeak Home, there is a room where all this furniture goes. You can just customize your rodent's room. The rodent being the little critter in the corner. Chip says Weasel is a Picross wizard. I am. I just love Picross. It's great. River says, of course, right VODs. Ooh, lol, oops, very cute. Alright, with one puzzle more done, let's go back to the stories. I love that it takes me like an hour to do stories. And then the puzzle takes like less than 10 minutes. Less than 5 minutes, I would say. Okay. Now so really quick, I'm gonna try to like speed up the pace. Friday. What did I do on Friday? Why, I basically got up and just straight up wolfed up because the very first thing in the day was gonna be the fursuit photo. You know, the one where they gather all the suitors in one room and they just try to put them all together. So here's the thing. When I wolfed up, I thought it was like really late already. Zane was like in his proto-gen suit, and I basically did full wolf for the first time in a year. I believe I had not worn wolf's full like suit in such a long time because some things had broken and they needed repairs. I basically had to replace the entirety of the shin guards connected to Wolf's boots. So I only recently got those replaced and fixed by Conan. River says, Wolf, did you bring this at A&E in 2023 or did you not have him then? I did. I believe A&E was one of the very first cons I did with Wolf. Scrappy says, Wolf the Wheeze and a heart. Yeah. So, I suited up as Wolf. and we made our way down, and we tried to hurry up to the room where they were gonna be doing the fursuit photo, and turns out we made it. We like right in the nick of time. We made it. They were saying basically like last call for fursuit photo, and we just kind of got in and like tried to find a spot to get in the photo. So I actually do not have the I do not have the fursuit photo because they haven't released it yet. So they haven't released the fursuit photo yet. I have no clue like where it is. Oh, one sec. I'm like rearranging images right now. So 1 minute. Just give me a little bit. Because I'm rearranging based on my story. Okay. 11. What? Yeah, what the hell? Okay. I got it. Okay, so wolf, then that. Okay. 11A, 10B. Okay. Sorry, I'm rearranging this stuff in real time because I'm kinda confused. But I got it. Okay, I got it. Yay! Okay, let me go back. Wah. I also saw this during the fursuit photo. There was just an inflatable Bowser there. What the heck is this thing? River says, "Oh, boo! I think I miss him. Dang." I think I don't remember if we like knew each other well back then. I think we did, because it may have been the same year we did A&E, where I actually got to see you. Maybe? I don't remember. Chip says, "Wolfie, please." River sent a sad emote, and then River said, "Yeah." So there were a lot of people at that photo, and yeah. River says, "Yeah, it was A&E 2023. You saw each other for the first time." Yeah, I remember your fun shoes. You had them, and then I saw you for a little, and then I kind of lost you. But yeah. So we got in the fursuit photo, and then here's the thing. So I got out and I was kind of walking around because of, I'm gonna go back to Wolf just because I was in suit. So I got as Wolf, I walked around for a bit, and I also had some pictures taken by Zane, I believe. Here. So he took this photo that I did post online, and also this one, because I actually met up with somebody who wanted to see me, called Rolf. So Rolf the Whatever is somebody I've also known for a while, who was also at FWA. So we kind of met up in person. I tried really hard to find him, but yeah. And he was holding this iced tea vodka thing. So I just took a photo with it. But yeah. So there. What you see there are Wolf's like repair boots. Those shin guards are completely new. Like, Zane printed them, and then Conan basically repainted them to get them the same color as the old ones. They worked out fine for the most part. but the straps were a little bit too tight. And actually one of them tore by the end of the day, so I just wore them once. Might get them fixed later. River says, you really love my clown shoes. Hey, I wish I could have seen you more. I mean, I'm still doing cons, so anytime you can actually go to one. Scrappy says that River can't blame him. River says, good, I love those boots so much. I mean, everyone does. But here's the thing, nobody ever gets close enough to them. I always expect somebody to be like, to want to see them up close, but I've never had anybody want to. Scrappy says, yes. But yeah, these boots tend to break very often. I believe they also broke at GSFC when I met up with everybody. But yeah, so yeah, these photos were a thing. Back to this. So, while I was roaming around as Wolf, I was checking my phone and I saw that there was a message from work. Because remember, I took the days off and this was Friday. So back home, I was technically still technically, hours of at work. And my boss sent me a message and said, hey, those forms, because right now we're like running forms for teachers and students to answer. That the form that students use to evaluate their teachers did not include all of the group codes, so that students couldn't select their class code. And I was like, ah, shit, I forgot, because I was doing that. So what I had to do was like I had to hurry back to the Hilton, to my hotel, and go upstairs back to the 20th floor to our room, so I could take the pause off and I could get on my laptop and just very quickly do that. So it was like a very hurry up thing. And I think I was like, I may have taken Wolf's head off, but I mostly had the rest of the suit still on. So I really quickly just got those codes, added them to the form, and bam. And then I just sent a message to my boss, said like, I think it's done. And I think, yeah, she confirmed like, yeah, there you go. It's done. River says, I would love to see them more up close. Yeah, you would. River says, not the work call from the convention. Oh no. I mean, here's the thing. Every time I leave for an extended period of time, or even just one day, or a trip or anything, I always tell my boss, if you need me for anything, just like send me a message. I will be checking my phone constantly. And I do, because I like to remind them that I care, that I actually am there for them. For anything. And I'm being thankful that they're letting me travel to my silly furry conventions when I should be working. So yeah. Scrappy says, I want to see Rick's new boots, the ones that are in those colors I like, up close. You should. I may take them with me in August. We'll see. Scrappy says, then I cuddle him in bed with boots on. Oh, we'll see. Chip says, whoops, emergency work session ensued. Yeah. River says, a Chip nightmare. River says, fair enough. Yeah, so it was a really quick fix. It was like a 5-minute thing. But then at that point, Wolf's boots kind of like, they were kind of like rough. They were still wearable. So what I did is that I took off the head, the leather jacket, because, back to this. I am wearing a full leather jacket under that vest and leather pants. Because I commit to the bit. I know this is like a full leather thing. If you've ever seen Wolf's render, you know what? Let's very quickly compare. Because I happen to have the render right here. River says, God damn, lol, that must be hot as hell. I mean, hot as in as in smexy hot, yes. But also hot, yes. So this is what I'm going for. Down to the blue soles on the boots. I want you to notice that. I want you to appreciate that. The same gray. The straps are purple for some reason. I mean, I believe because they may be black here, but in the actual in the in-game they are actually purple. So that's what I'm going for. Chip says we need to get you a leather catsuit one of these days. I've been wanting that mostly. I've been wanting one mostly because I'm sure that would be lighter than the actual jacket that I'm wearing. But also enhance. This stuff is leather. Do you see his pants? Do you see that it keeps going up to his chest and his arms? That's leather. He's actually just wearing a leather undersuit. So, committing to the bit properly, I also just wear a leather jacket and leather pants. Just because. So, when I went back to my room, I took off the jacket. I left the tail, the pants, the boots on, but I took off the jacket. And I wore the vest on top of the shirt that I wear under that jacket, which is just it's like a sporty, like a breathable, like basketball jersey sort of deal. And no head. No head? No head. So wearing that very light, like sort of wolf, still very wolf energy, but much lighter outfit. We went back to the con. River says both. And River says also I find it funny that Sakurai said that Wolf's Smash Ultimate design is based off his Zero design, but no, it isn't. It's totally original. Yeah, it is original. River says his jacket in Zero is reddish. Yeah, I wonder, like, I would love to meet whoever designed Wolf's Ultimate look, because it's fruity as fuck, and I love it. I got so damn lucky finding somebody that was selling this suit of Wolf with his ultimate look, which is my favorite one. And I just happened to be able to buy it. Still, by the way, thanks to everybody that helped in getting Wolf. Wolf's still kind of my main suit. Still, even though he's kind of rough, he's still kind of my main suit. River says for real though. So yeah, with my Wolf Light outfit, I went back down and okay, actually, I see this was structured and I already skipped something. Okay, so I actually skipped something by accident. Chip says, I'm still so glad to have helped make that dream come true. And a purple heart. Yeah, yeah. So actually, after these pictures were taken, and before the work call, when I was still in full wolf suit, we decided to maybe check out the vendor hall, which was where the dealer's den. I don't know why they call it vendor hall, but it's the dealer's den. And back to the FWA map, and with my cursor here. So we were here, or we were rather around here, basically. When those pictures got taken like at the Marriott. So here's what happened. You know how dealers den, vendor hall, whatever is like tends to be, in the main hotel, and just a normal con has it somewhere here. This con has it here, in a mall, in some kind of mall, several blocks away from the furthest hotel. Why is this here? Anyways, so what we did is that we went to the shuttle stop here. Well, I was still in full wolf suit, by the way. and we took the shuttle bus. What, the shuttle bus? The bus that goes this way, and then this way, and then down, and then here. Yeah. Something like that. Or maybe it went this way. I just remember it took a long time to get there. So we went to the vendor hall. Or rather, we tried to go, because when the bus stopped here, we saw that there was a gigantic line of people wrapping around this building. Like, we saw it from here that the line was going around this way. And we just kind of said, yeah, nope. We're not doing that. So we didn't get off from the shuttle. We just stayed on the shuttle, and we took the shuttle back so that it would drop us, you know, back where we first took it. We said, nah, fuck that. Oh, and while I was on the shuttle, I believe Zane took a photo of me. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. That would be picture 10B. Is that the next one? Yes, this one. Okay. This is me. This is me as Wolf holding a little fox plush, by the way. That was kind of my bit. That was kind of my bit the entire time I was wearing Wolf. In case people didn't know who I was holding a little fox plush, and people were like, oh, like Wolf from Star Fox. Yes, that. Because, yeah, no, some people have no idea who I'm supposed to be. Yeah, River said, yay, maps. And Scrappy said, wicked, ha ha ha. River says, what? Vendor hall in a mall? That's weird. I mean, it was more like a weird, like, old convention center far away, but yeah. It was not open to the public, no. Scrappy says, I like the slight googie / atomic graphics surrounding the mall area, haha. I mean, that was kind of the theme. The theme for the con, which was kind of indecipherable, was sort of 70s haunted hotel? I don't know what they were going for. River says, understandable, TBH. So yeah, this was like me just kind of in the shuttle, just riding and being like, okay, this is gonna be annoying, right? So yeah, we just decided to go back to the hotel, and that's when I got the work call, and that's when I headed back up to take care of that, and that's when I ditched most of the wolf suit. Scrappy says, ooh. Chip says, a bit like that one Doctor Who episode. Yeah. So okay, so I headed back down because instead of the vendor hall, which was just impossible to get into, we decided to go to the adult vendor hall, which was at the Hyatt. Map again? The Hyatt, you know, right here. That's the mature market. It's right there, it says. It's a lot easier to get to. You don't have to go all this way. It's just here. By the way, I think I skipped something again. God damn it. When was registration? Okay, registration was on Thursday after the Coke thing. We went from here down to this hotel. This is where registration was, by the way, a couple of blocks away. We just walked. We just kind of walked there. And it was very smooth, very fast. We just went through. There was like no line, basically. And we went back. That's how unremarkable registration was, that I completely forgot to talk about it. It was just so easy to do on Thursday. It happened between the Coca-Cola Museum thing and opening ceremony. So yeah. Scrappy says, good picture idea. A high hat in a high ad. Wow. But yeah, that's why the Courtland. Okay. So yeah, after so we went to the mature market, which was just the adult the adult stuff, the adult dealers then. Um, you know what they were selling there? A lot of pillows, a lot of adult toys, a lot of leather gear. So much leather gear. I bought a body pillow. I bought another body pillow. But a short one, not a full-size body pillow. This is a pillow that can be used as your main pillow because it's bigger than a regular like head pillow. Just a little bigger. I actually had to buy a pillow from Target that would fit this one specifically. It's king size pillow, I believe. So I bought a new pillowcase. Featuring it's kite sit. It's kite sit. I cannot show this here. Okay, it's not that bad, but I cannot show this. I will show this in the after show or like sometime. I'll probably post a picture of this on my in the other server because I haven't taken a picture of it yet. But yeah, I just kind of wanted it because you know, Nanaki. Also, we actually bought 2 of them, but keep it a secret. One is for me, the other one is for somebody else. Chip says there's Reg Line and Reg Line. Yeah. Scrappy says, wah. So yeah, I don't remember if I bought anything else in the adult section. It was just that pillow, I think. Oh, by the way, some people in the adult section did like say like, hey, Wolf. Which made me really happy. Like, even though I had ditched the head and the jacket, that you could still kind of, you could get the vibes that I was going for with the outfit. So, we didn't stay there for long. It was like an hour and then we left. So, the next thing was something really fun. We went back to the room and I was kind of sweaty. But I didn't go to shower. Instead, I basically got naked, and I put on a swimsuit, and I grabbed my Fox and Wolf beach towel because it was time for a pool party. So yeah, in the afternoon of Friday, there was a pool party. And we kind of had to hurry because I was pretty sure that it was going to get really full. River says pools. Yeah, okay, so where was the pool party? Do you know where it was? Chip says, come on and get your weasel wet. Yeah. So the pool party was down here at the Courtland. So I actually had to walk down the street. Same place as where registration was. I wore my pool boots. So it was me. I think I was wearing the same shirt I was wearing for Wolf, the basketball one. It's like a GSFC basketball like jersey. My swim trunks and my pool boots and my towel, and we walked down here. By the way, I had my speaker with me, and I was being that obnoxious furry, but instead of music, I was playing. Okay. I was playing something because Turbo, Zane's roommate, had. I don't remember if he requested this, but I just kind of decided to play it. Have you heard of? Man, I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find the name. Okay. It's called Heir to the Cum Throne. if you're familiar with this. It's not quite a song, but it kind of is, but it's not. But yeah, Hair to the Cum Throne. I was blasting that from my speaker as we were walking from the Hilton to the Courtland. Zane says I didn't hear it. I was playing it. Turbo was laughing at it. It was the cum song. You know the one. Oh man. Zane says, I mean, I hadn't heard this song before. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. It's if you haven't heard of it, it's just like a dance music thing, but the guy is just like stating a bunch of things like it was a mistake to come here. Your cum sucked stick. It's very intense. I can't say this whole thing here. It's gross. I believe the legend is that all the lines in the quote unquote song are just somebody's Steam names, and they are just like all related to cum. It's a whole thing. Basically, I was being very obnoxious. But yeah, we made it to the pool party. And let's just say that it wasn't that easy to go in. It wasn't very easy to go into the pool party, but we did make it before most other people did. Because by the time that we were leaving the party, it was kind of full already. Chip says, is that the one with an animated version of featuring Lord Farquaad? Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Okay. I have a video for you. So if you're not looking right now, you should look. This is the FWA pool party. This is how full it was. Look at all the people. This was a very small pool. Look at all that. There's so many people. There were so many people. Yeah, at this point they had already stopped letting people in, and they were just basically waiting for people to leave. I'm gonna play it again just to pause. So there was a lot of just, I can't count everybody here, but there's so many people here. So many, like, a lot of them are white. Yeah, it was me, Zane, and Turbo, and Tim was also here too. By the way, Tim was here for a few minutes, and then it got too full for him, so he left. Oh, you know what? Who else was here? It was Yamo. Yamo was here. Yamo. He was like kind of like all the way in the back. He did swim. He did go into the pool and then like greeted me. But yeah, it was a very full pool. It was so full. My goodness, it was full. We were there for a good hour or so, maybe a bit more. We were just kind of floating around the corner because people were just throwing beach balls around. There was a field ball, and then balloons. Some people were trying to get on a pool toy, a very small pool toy, but everybody was just kind of like flopping out of it because they were too heavy for it. And everybody got excited when a twink finally made it on, because of course a twink can get on the very small pool toy. But yeah, we left. We left sometime later. Me and my sopping wet pool boots full of pool in them. I love that my water boots can actually hold water inside of them. So I take a little bit of the pool with me. But I can't stand on the same place for too long, because then they start to leak. So yeah, we just hurried back to the room. And then I took a shower because pool. So I finally took a shower of both the sweat from suiting and the pool water. And then I changed into my evening outfit. Because I had to go to the cut content panel hosted by Rick Fox. I had seen Rick Fox earlier at the con, who was like, "You're gonna come, right?" Yeah, like, yes. I was. I think they called at me while I was on an escalator and said, "You're not gonna take my boots." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's you. That's you, all right." Chip said that's one full pool, and Scrappy said, "Ah." And Scrappy said, "Yeah, yeah." I said Yamo. That's kind of the running gag with Yamo. So yeah, Cut Content Panel by Rick Fox. It was mostly prototypes and debug menus of old games. Interesting. There were things I had never seen before. So yeah, I kind of stuck around. Zane wandered off, but I stuck around because I wanted to just hear Rick Fox yap a little bit longer. This was actually the place where I met, where I, sorry. This was actually the place where I met this fella who was here earlier. Oh, Zulgul, yeah. Zulgul was here at this panel, and we were both trying to like talk to Rick Fox, who was very just yapping. Rick Fox loves yapping. Then they got really into their voice acting of their characters. It was really funny because I saw that the guy that they were talking to started getting like kind of freaked out. And I'm like, that's Rick Fox for you. They get really into it when they start talking about their characters. So yeah, but yeah, I got to talk with Zulgul. Zulgul showed me the zine. Yeah, the zine they've been working on. So that's something that's right here in my list of things to check out that I have not been able to get to because of my gigantic catch-up backlog. Not catch-up, catch up. So yeah, not long after I let Rick Fox go because he was just holding in like going to the bathroom, but just kept yapping. I was just like, just go. So then I just wandered off on my own. And then I found this photo. Well, I took this photo. Oh, this was at the end of Rick Fox's panel. This is Zane in his proto-gen. And that's Bob. Bob the... What is Bob? Is Bob a lobster? I forget. Bob is Rick Fox's companion. Always takes him everywhere. And I like to kidnap him from time to time. So I put him on Zane's head. Just for the funnies. Also, Rick Fox was having a lot of technical difficulties on their panel because laptop was being weird, but they fixed it. So yeah, after this, I think it's okay. This is something I caught while I was roaming around after that panel. Look, it's BIOS Setup Con, my favorite. In case you can't see it very well, enhance. That is just a BIOS setup. I don't know why I found this funny, but just funny. Let's see what's after this. After that, it was later that night. Went to Yamo's panel, which was kind of late, almost at midnight. Yamo's comedian panel. If you have not experienced Yamo, It's something, all right. If you have seen Yamo, this was that, basically. Chip says, wasn't the Linux convention right after FWA? Apparently, yeah. Scrappy says, cube balloons. It's like little Einstein's birthday balloons tendencies. Yeah, they did have the cube balloons everywhere. And they had some really confusing balloon decorations. Scrappy says, I love how often Yamo gets mentioned about his goofy shenanigans. Okay, here's the thing about Yamo. He's a comedian, but his sets are very... They are something, all right. I'm not sure if I can describe them, but they are the jokes are something. I have laughed at Yamo's jokes and things, but it's more often than not, it's just like being like, oof, you're going there, huh? It's politics and gay politics. And whatever's trending. So there's a lot of AI jokes. Anyways. So after we left Yamo's panel, because Yamo got sidetracked and stuff, we wandered a little bit more, and that's when I captured another notable moment at the con, which was this. I'm gonna pause it for a moment. This was somebody had dropped their underwear, and this was one of the security guards at the hotel. This was at the Marriott, who just reached down to pick them up with a napkin. And apparently they had dropped them from really high up. I don't know how that happened, but it happened. Okay, hold on. Let me see that again. So, the underwear. We just saw them like that. I was like, is that somebody's underwear? So I pulled out my phone to try to get a better look. So I decided to just... I was going to record the underwear and then up to give the context of where they had come from. But I captured the exact moment in which a guard with a napkin decided to pick them up. And also, I want you to see how fucking full this is the atrium. This is where everybody gathers. All the suitors, all the people. They had their own dance parties outside of here. Even though over to this way, this is where the main stage and, you know, the regular dances are happening. This is just people just partying outside of the party. And this is very difficult to get through. It's packed. It's absolutely packed. Also, this is where the BIOS was before. This is a very high up hotel, if you can tell. This is like tall. Very tall. Very scary. Oh, and this is the banner for like a free samples of energy drinks that they were doing in this corner. I love that Diesel, the skull friend, was just obsessed with this and just kept getting refills of it. Whatever. After that, after the underwear incident, Chip says, "Oh boy, I remember Yamo," and then Chip sent 3 laughing bricks. Yeah, after this, we went over to the to check out the photo op spot at the con, which was like down under this. I believe it was like down in this floor. Where we saw a bunch of interesting things, which I will show you now. So they had this gigantic inflatable thing. I want you to have this in comparison to the chairs next to it. Huge. This is the logo for the theme of the con, and they just made a giant inflatable thing. This was there for like photos and stuff. They also had other things there. Oh no, did I not import those videos? Ah, fuck. Okay. I did not import those videos, but you know, I can do that really fast. But give me 1 sec. Okay, so pause. This is, I don't know why the videos are importing like that, but they are like kind of rotated when I put them in. This thing was there in the you know, props to take videos with. There was this curtain that had air blowing to it, which made the things just kind of do that, and it was mesmerizing to watch. Really fun. I liked it. And they also had this. By the way, sorry if that was loud. Oop. Yeah, that's a little bit. I'm gonna drop the volume for this, and then I'm going to rotate this. They had this old TV there, also for photos. They had this this TV. It's gonna be a little flickery. I was messing around with it because it reminded me of my grandma's TV. Some people took photos with the props. I didn't because I was not in suit anymore. I could never make it into this room with a suit. I could never. It was just, I was always either out of suit or just not there. Chip said mesmerizing. Scrappy says whoa, and then a less than 8 and a bunch of capital D's. Yeah, no, it was fun. Loved seeing it. Loved to see it. But yeah, after checking out the photo op place, it was kind of late already, so we just kind of returned to our room, where I don't remember what I think we got. Did we get pizza? I think we had pizza or something. Was pizza on Friday or Saturday? I can't remember. I cannot remember. May have been Saturday. Yeah, no, pizza was on Saturday. Never mind. I don't remember what I had for food on Friday. I was kind of hungry. Anyways, that was Friday. All right, back to the puzzles. Man, I'm like, I'm really trying, because I still have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to go through, but I am not gonna get out of here until I tell my entire story. Tell you what? One more puzzle. I told you I had a lot to say. Oh, wait, what? 10, 12, okay. Wait, 12? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, yeah, that's it. 14 is kinda like that. Okay. And that's actually 7, 8, 9, 10. The numbers are weird because of this extra row, which kind of messes with my counting, but eh. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some manual counting here. 10, 11. 5, 10, 11. Okay. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. Space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's some weird counting afoot, but believe me, it makes sense. 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just to try to solve this more quickly. 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, hopefully this gives me some input. Okay, so 4 and 1. Oh, this is solved. Okay. Okay, that actually gives a lot of information. So none of this. Not this. not this. Therefore, this is not the 5. This is part of the 5. This is just once, which I still don't know about these two, so I'm just gonna leave it open like that. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, this is not part of the 2. This is not part of the 3. Therefore, this is not part of the 2. This is the 2, and this is a 2. There we go. 2, 2. That's the 5. That means that 5, 10, 14. That's the 14. 5 space for 8. Yeah, 8. 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay. What is this? 4, 5, 10, 11. 7, 6, 7. 6, 7. This is the 4, so we don't need this. Okay, this is part of the 6 down there. I'm just gonna fill this in, and then 4, and then 10, and then there's that. That's the 1, 5, 10, 7, 8. I think this is just a given for the 6. I'm just trying to go with what's safe to do. That's the 4, part of that. That's part of the 7. The 4 doesn't need that. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh yeah, I still need to do the 1. The 1 is either this or this. I honestly am not sure. I'm just gonna try to... Okay, this is the 2. That's right. This is the 1. And I need to figure this out. This is the 4 for sure. And this is the 6. So space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's that. Close this. And then this. We don't need this for the 4. This needs the 4 though. That's the 6. That means the 5 is here. That means the 3 is down there. That means the 12 is that. We don't need this. The 6 needs this. Not the 6. Not the 6. And that's just a 6. That's for the 4. Oh, that's just the 4 complete. That means that's all 6s. 2 goes here. The 8 is done? Yeah, that's done. 8, 9. That's for the 5. That's a 5 done. We don't need this anymore. I think this is a 1. If that's the 1, that's the 10, and that's the 8. 6 done, and then 2, and then that's the 6, and then that's the 5, and then 1, 2, 4. That's 4. That's 5. And that's the 8. That's the 1. Close this. That's the 11. That's 3. That's that. 5. 4. 4, 4. 4. 2. 3. 4. Close this. Not this. There's that. Bam. We don't need this. That's for you. And 7. Yay, what is that? Oh, it's a mug. There's the mug. Okay. Let's try to do Saturday. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, I swear. I swear. Okay, so for Saturday. What do we have for Saturday? Saturday. I actually am running out of pictures. But yep. Let me close this down and okay, so Saturday, this is what happened. Because we didn't do Vendors Hall on Friday because of how full it was and because of when we took the shuttle, we decided to do that first thing on Saturday. So we got up, we got ready, we headed down in comfy clothes. We headed down to the shuttle. We took the shuttle, and we headed over to Vendors Hall, which was, again, according to the map, it was kind of out of the way. So we took the shuttle, and I don't remember where the what which if it goes this way or if it goes that way, but it's several blocks down to this place, America's Mart Building 3. So we got there, and there was a line. So we got on the line, sorry. And it took us like 10, 15 minutes, probably around 15 to 20 minutes to get in. I also told Tim that we were going, so he kind of hurried to get there, but he decided to just get in line on his own. Me, I was wearing my little pig mask and goggles. If you've seen those, that kind of has become my go-to wear for whenever I'm not fursuiting. I like it because I can just stare at people without them knowing I'm staring. Also, I took it to the vendor hall because I can look at their wares and get sticker shock without offending them. I can just hide my expressions because sometimes I just can't help myself. I will make faces when I see something that like, ooh, I did not save up enough money for that. Particularly fursuits. Boy, there were a lot of $4,000 heads there. Well, sorry, heads and tails with paws sometimes. For $4,000, yes. But yeah, inside we went through each row slowly, looking at things. A lot of what we usually see at previous cons, so we didn't like look too closely. We were like, okay, yeah, I know this vendor. Just going down. At some point while we were exploring, we found Squeaks, who was with their companions, and they kind of joined us. Going around some of the other rows, I saw Pogile and Ren. Well, I saw Ren at their table. Pogile was somewhere else. Apparently was with Tim and somebody else from Bill's server, Zeeb. Somebody I know who has drawn me before. If you have ever seen... Let me actually see if I can bring up that piece. I don't think I put it away. It was made for me some time ago. It's a piece where it was during the height of my Tiny Tiger days. Whoa, big piece. Yeah, this was drawn by Zeeb. This is Rick, basically Tiny Tigerified, wearing the shoes specifically. Yeah, this piece. So this was drawn by Zeeb, who I finally got to meet in person at the vendor's hall. Who, it was really funny because Zeeb was like, "Oh, I have to go because I have to meet with other people," and like, yeah, I get it. I met Zeeb later, and I believe on the day after that, or I don't remember if it was that same day, but Zeeb was also like, "Ooh, I gotta go because I need to meet other people." I'm like, man, are you popular? Zeeb is very popular, so I was absolutely not surprised at all. But yeah, he drew this for me. I believe it's like the one thing that he ever drew for me. So yeah. Also, this one, this one doesn't have his signature. I don't remember where I put the one. Okay, okay, never mind. I found the one with the signature. Jeez, why does... I mean, it is a big picture. Flash Dark. There we go. That was in 2021. That was a while ago. Yeah. 2 instances of the same image. Hell yeah. But yeah, Flash Dark drew this for me. That's Zeeb. Love it still. Very good. Very good interpretation of Tiny Shoes. And I could definitely rock this. I have everything in this outfit. Very fun. I like it. Chip says big piece for a big wheeze. Rio says love this, and Scrappy says cutie. Yeah. So they had to go. So Tim and Pogile Z just kind of left on their own. We kept checking out the vendor hall, more tables, more things. I think I bought like a couple things. Not many things. I bought like a keychain and fuck, did I buy anything else? I think I literally just got a keychain, which is the funniest thing. Despite everything that was on sale, it was like, yeah. Oh no, I bought a print. I bought a duplicate print of Rocket Raccoon, like a print of that I already had, but I bought it again because I couldn't remember where I had put it. Because I bought it, but I couldn't remember where I put it, so I just bought another one. You have to do that sometimes. That was it. I also got a corn dog in there because they had some weird concessions. So yeah. We left after we had seen everything. Not much of note really. Because I had to watch something. So we headed back to the Marriott. Because that's when we went to watch this. Well, we don't need the map right now. We went to watch this. At FWA, they had a preview of Judas. What's the name of the thing? Iscariot? I never know how to pronounce that. It's the Judas, like, animated project where, like, you have a hot Jesus and, like, all the other dudes. This has been in I wouldn't call it development hell, but probably a development purgatory for a while. They showed a very early cut of the first chapter of this. And it was great, honestly. It was still, it was still in animatic stage, but it was pretty good. They gave them a very small room. Like, the room was packed of people who came to watch this, and it was on a tiny projector. We happened to find a good spot to watch it from. Scrappy says greater than 8 capital O. Yeah. Couldn't take any footage of it because they were like, please, no cell phones, no things. So yeah. They were also doing a Q&A after, but I kind of wanted to leave, so I just watched the thing and then we just left. After that, we just kind of roamed around for a while. We got some food. And not long after, I went to my next panel, because Saturday was kind of my panel day. There were like a bunch of things I wanted to do. The next thing I wanted to do was to... they were going to hold the biggest possible werewolf game at FWA, or at least as big as they could in FWA. I believe the record for biggest werewolf game ever has been 130 something participants. It was a big one. So they were gathering people in the board game room. And I think by the end of like everybody getting together, because I believe that panel was at 4, and like by 4:30, they were like just sitting us around in a circle. There were over 100 people. Okay, I actually did not crop this image. Did I? Checking. Hold on one sec. No, I did not crop this image, so I will just show you. If I can find it. Okay. It was a very crowded room. Okay, so there you go. This is what 100 people playing werewolf looks like. It's just a huge circle of people. Eventually they moved us from here, but they just kind of scooched us together. It was big. It was very big, to the point where they started drafting the like list of roles that were gonna be used in the game. And it looked kind of like this. It was a game with 10 werewolves, 2 wolf ghosts, a big bad wolf, 2 hunter wolves, a minion, sorceress, a spawn, 3 red wolves, which are their own faction, 9 vampires, a Count Dracula, a seer bodyguard, apprentice seer beholder, 4 hunters, 3 masons, 2 assassins, a huntress, a revealer, a spellcaster, a cutthroat, a prince, Bloody Mary, a chupacabras, 2 couples, and a Cupid A and a Cupid B, 37 villagers. And there's more. Like, this list actually goes on. There's like a tough guy, a thing, a doppelganger, a grave robber, an outcast, a lycan, an insomniac, a Frankenstein, 2 mad bombers, a mad destroyer, and a witch. It was a big game. It was huge. To the point where like the setup for the game took an entire hour. We were there for an hour and the game had not started. Chip says, how do you even track a game that large? That's the thing. Scrappy sent asterisk, squiggly asterisk face. No, not asterisk, at symbol, squiggly at symbol. And Scrappy said, no. Yeah, at some point we realized, oh, this is gonna go on for a while. To the point where as the game started and like they had to do the calling of each role during the night phase, it was so slow. I'm pretty sure that took over 20 minutes, the first night phase. And I started getting nervous. I was like, oh shit, do we have to like, are we gonna have to bail? Because we got into something that I'm like, it was too much. Here's what happened. As soon as possible, Zane kind of bailed. Zane had to go because he wanted to get food at the tiki bar again. And they were gonna be closing it soon. So he went to get food while I stuck around at the game for a little bit longer. I said, I don't want to bail. So I stuck around for a few more nights. Shit got chaotic. People started just dying left and right because there was a lot of crossover. And the village was kind of fucked from the start. They lost the seer. They lost the witch. They lost a bunch of hunters. It was a whole thing. I started getting desperate to the point where I actually I changed my screen badge. Oh yeah, if you haven't seen my screen badge, it's like a little rounded screen thing that you can pin to you, and you can just upload images and GIFs to it. I've had one of those for a couple of months now. And I use it for the first time at FWA. I beamed a message to my badge that said "kill me," just a thing in like red letters, yellow background that just said "kill me, kill me," and I just went around to the players, hopefully seeing if they would like kill me on the next night because I wanted out of that game. It was fun to think of, ooh, biggest werewolf game, but this was gonna take the rest of my evening, so I just bailed. And no, like I didn't bail. I managed. It took like a couple of extra nights, but I managed to get killed because I cooperated with the girl sitting next to me. Once they started removing players, they put the players next to each other closer. And the girl next to me was apparently a wolf. I didn't know that, but she was like, "Oh, you wanna die?" I'm like, "Yes, kill me." So apparently I got killed in a way that caused like splash damage by a different player. So this girl, who was I think was one of the wolves or something, also got killed with me, and we were like, "Yay, we're free!" So we just kind of left. We immediately, as soon as we got killed, we left the game. I hauled my ass down to the to Trader Vic's, to the tiki bar, to join with Zane, who apparently had a drink and had already ordered food to go. So I kind of made my way down for no reason. like a little bit too late because he had gotten the food to go. But yeah, so he got some ribs and some like grilled brie cheese for me. So I kind of joined him to like pick up the things, and then we headed back. Um, but here's the thing: instead of going straight to the room to eat, apparently it was almost time for us to go to the Moonlight Market. No, the Moonlight Festival. Sorry, but it was the market area. Basically, you know how cons now are having these like um adult events in one day of the con where they just have this zone where people can just wear like kink gear and like sell things late at night after the vendor halls close. um yeah, the reserve process for those tickets got so messy, um to the point where like I only managed to get us tickets several weeks in advance. I only managed to get us tickets for 6:30, so very early, very early. um to the point where I couldn't even get in my kinky gear if I wanted. I just had to go as I was. So just wearing what I was wearing, we went to the Moonlight Festival, which, by the way, was kind of a shit fest to get to because an escalator broke. So they had to do this thing where they routed us. I have no idea how it went. Like, they routed us on the bottom floor of the Marriott, around a hallway, through a door, up a set of stairs, down another hallway. It was a whole mess. It was kind of dumb. It was a very dumb thing. It was impossible to find. But we made it. They let us into the Moonlight Festival, and yeah, there were several tables vending there already. I bought a Freddy from this light keychain. Gotta show you that later. And I also bought a T-shirt of Tony the Tiger. A lewd Tony the Tiger T-shirt. Well, it's not like super lewd, but it is basically Tom of Finland, Tony the Tiger. It's a fun shirt. Chipset Freedom, and then Chipset Moonlight, and then Waxing Crescent Moon emoji. But yeah, I just bought a couple of things and I looked around. They were still setting up. Like, they were gonna have some like rope bondage stuff set up, but it was not ready yet. They were just setting up the rope. They had a boot blacking station where you could get your boots shined. Although I did see the prices and they were more expensive than even the guy who shined my boots at the airport. They were like 15 or 20, something like that. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. The interesting thing is that one of the boot blacks that was setting up there, like, I struck conversation with them. I was like, oh, that's cool, like that you have like boot stuff here. Like, they were like, oh yeah. And then they saw my badge, and then one of the boot blacks said, oh, it's you. And I was like, oh, me? Yeah. Like, yeah, you're the boot guy. And I was like, oh wow, I have a reputation, they know me, that's cool. So it was nice. It made me giddy to get recognized like that. It was fun. Chips and ice emoji, naughty Tony. Yes. So yeah, they recognized me there. And that felt nice, at least. So it was worth it just for that. So again, we browsed the shops. They were selling all kinds of things. I didn't really get much. I got that keychain, that t-shirt. And again, I was not in my kinky gear, and there wasn't anybody else I knew there, so we just kind of bailed. We left. We could have stayed there all night and wait for the Kingsters to come, but I was not going to be doing that because I had other things that I wanted to do. Chip says, you are the boot furry after all. Yeah, I mean, there's other boot furries, but yeah. So we left. we went back to the room to eat our already cold food. I ate my ribs, and my cheese. I think Zane had something to do. Oh yeah, I think he was just gonna get some pictures or something. So I let him go while I ate, and then I showered because I was gonna get pretty. Because the next thing that we were going to do was the Rocky Horror Picture Show screening that they were gonna be doing. Because this one was one of those that has a whole cast of people acting out the movie at the same time that they are playing it on big screens. Like, that's the premium experience for Rocky Horror Picture Show. And I dressed up accordingly. Some of you saw this picture. I decided to just kind of crop it just for safe showcasing here. So that's my boot, leather pants, leather vest, fun shirt. Scrappy says, "Duh," but yeah, we deserve recognition. I do though. Zulgul says, "Gotta go now, but thanks for streaming." Yeah, no, thanks for sticking around. It was nice meeting you. I'm gonna check your zine, and I'm gonna post it on my server so that other people can check it out. It's fun. Zulgul says, "Ooh, nice getup." Yeah, it's I like my shiny clothes. Chip says, "I so badly want to go to a screening like that. You'd be a killer Eddie." I want to get an Eddie's outfit going, but there's a lot of pieces. But yeah, I would do that. So yeah, this was what I was wearing that evening. I also had some red aviator sunglasses, a bunch of leather things on my arms, like wristbands and shit. Collar, stuff like that. But yeah. I'm checking. But yeah. I met up with Squeaks actually in the line for it because apparently he had never watched it. So yeah, we took him in. He was a virgin, so they had to do the virgin pledge. It was fun. And it was a very enjoyable experience. I would say, event-wise, that was probably the highlight of the con for me. Getting to watch that again it had been a while since I last watched it. Getting to sing along to the songs, that was special. Squeaks was sitting next to me, and I had already told them hey, you can get your arm around me, get close, don't be afraid. And I actually really liked how Squeaks had their arm around the entire time, and I always would make their presence known, because the touch starvedness of it all, of me particularly, I was it was nice to be in close contact with somebody who also appreciated it. So it was a very very, very nice experience. So yeah, after that, I believe Squeaks kind of had to leave with their peeps, and I just kind of wandered around the con, still dressed up like this, because I don't know, maybe I'd run into somebody else I knew and they would see the Slooty, but no, not really. So soon enough, we just kind of turned in. We went back to the room. And I was already undressing in bed. Not quite tucked in bed, teeth brushed, but I was just kind of just chilling. And then I checked my phone, and then I saw a post from somebody. A certain Ty Pesh who was somewhere in the atrium, apparently. So, for those of you who are not aware, Typesh is the creator of Hungry Like the Wolves, which is this like series of animations of like sock puppets, um, like eating food and being kind of silly. If you have not seen them, let me get the let me get a picture of these dudes. These fucks. So Typesh is the creator of this, and I wanted so badly to meet him. I knew he was gonna be at the con, so I was kind of trying to see if I could track him. But he kind of just left a post that he had arrived to the con, and then radio silence. So, me in my room, suddenly seeing him post that he was gonna be somewhere in the atrium, I was like, okay, never mind. So I just dressed back up, not with those boots. I just wore my regular pair 150, and then I headed back down to try to find him. But here's the thing: have you ever tried to find somebody without knowing what they are doing, what they look like, or anything? Like nothing. Nothing. Not even knowing if he had a badge on him, not knowing if he had a fursuit, or maybe just if he was drawing, or like just that he was somewhere in the atrium. And remember, I showed you earlier, the atrium gets packed with people. Even if it was 1 a.m., so many people were there that I could not tell. So I even like sent some text to my Scream badge on me, and I put basically just, I took a kind of like a screenshot of his blue sky avatar, and I put text on top that said, "Help me find this man." I even found Jasper, the Wolf O'Donnell, not the Wolf O'Donnell, the Dead Wolf suitor, and he he laughed at me in my attempt at trying to find somebody I didn't know. But I kept going for like an hour. I kept walking around, trying to peek at people's badges, just trying to see if I could find this Navajo man that I have no idea how he looked. 1 hour in, I gave up. I just gave up and I just returned back to my room because I was tired. All right. That was Saturday. End of Saturday. Chip sent a crying rig. No, that's fine. That's fine. It was kind of disheartening and annoying, but that part of the story has a happy ending, I promise. Well, happy to neutral ending. You'll see. Okay, this one's easy. 13. That's 4. Done. 5. That's a 2. That's a 5. 4, 6, 6, 6. Damn, 6 and 6. 5, 4. That's a 2. That's a 4. That's a 2. That's no 2 here. That's that. That's the 1. I believe this is all connected. Same. 2 and 1. Okay. That's the 3. That's the 2. That's 4. That's my 3. That's a 2. That's a 2, actually. No. Shh. I hate these misinputs. That means this is my 5. And this is my 4. Sorry if I'm covering the little rodent with my weasel. I don't feel like toggling the weasel on and off for when I'm talking. 5. That's the 4. That means this is part of the 5. There's a 3. 1, space 1, 2, 3. That's the 3. This is the 3. This is part of the 2. That's a 1. That's part of 2. That's 2, and that closes it. I believe I have located the 3s here. You're not part of it. This is a 2. This is the 2. This is the 3. Done. 3. Done with this. 1 and 1. There's a 1 here. That's 3. That's the 1s. That's the 3. Done. 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 That's my 8. Close. Close. That's the 1. Nope. Gone. That's the 3. That's a 1. That means this is the 3. Don't need this. Here. Here. Bam. There's my 5. There's my 1. 3. 1. Done. Nothing. Done. Bam. Bam. Chip says he fits comfortably on the screen. Yeah. Watermelon glasses. Hey, some things. Also, very appropriate sticker. Very appropriate sticker for what I'm talking about. Alright. Okay, that's puzzle. That means we can go to Sunday, last day of the con. Again, pace is going up. Pace is definitely going up. So, Sunday was kind of like, you know, the day where you dread everything. So this is what happened. In the morning-ish, but not too early. It was more like noon. We got some food. We went back to the food court. You know, according to the map, the food court, which is going from the Hilton or through the Marriott over to the food court at Peachtree Center. So yeah, we headed to the food court because Zane wanted some chimken. They got it. Zane got his order in, and they took forever. They took over 30 minutes, even though the restaurant wasn't even that full. I don't know. I think it was a little mismanaged. On my end, I got some Italian food because I was kind of trying to figure out what I wanted, and I just kind of defaulted to Italian because it was already past noon, and I wasn't gonna get like picky with what I was eating, so I just said, "Fuck it, give me some baked city. I want some like just slop pasta." While we were at that Italian place, that's where I discovered this. Why is this picture sideways? It's non-pizza with left beef, just as the prophecy foretold. Yeah, so I took this. So this is kind of like a calzone. Like this thing is stuffed, but I believe you can tell if you were not looking closely enough to this. To you, this would just look like a plain pizza without anything on it. And then there's just a little bit of like Italian sausage or meat or whatever on the left side. Chip says that's not even. Oop, man, my thing is buzzing. Chip says that's not even left beef. That's beef left over. Yeah, I mean it is kind of like the original left beef because it's just a single piece. It's just a single piece of meat. But yeah, I just found it really funny, and I took a picture of it and I posted it online, and people thought it was funny. But yeah, that was kind of my incursion into the food court for food. So I got my baked city, my singular piece of bread with it, and I think I got some bubble tea. Yeah, I think I got just some plain ass brown sugar milk tea thing with boba. I like it. But yeah, okay, so we took our food and we went over to the charity auction because there was something at the charity auction that I had my eyes on, which was, why is this sideways? Okay, you know what? Alright, you know what, nerd? Get rotated. Whatever. So, at the Hilton, at the hotel we were staying at, and throughout the con, there were these cardboard cutouts all around of different characters from the con. And this is one that I kept catching my eye because this one was at the Hilton, our hotel, close to the elevators. This otter with the cool hair and the cool jacket and the cool boots was one of the many standees that were being auctioned at the charity auction. Chip says, ice emoji, yes, hi, hello. Yeah, so this was one of the many standees. So I went to the charity auction, and we were just kind of there waiting. I saw Rick Fox at the auction because they were auctioning their own thing for charity, which was a poster of their webcomic. Well, soon to be webcomic. It's not out yet, but it should be out at some point. Called Project Starlight. So they were gonna be they had already given it up for auction, and it was actually one of the earliest items for auction. Zane and I were sat down with our food. Well, I was with my food. And we had taken a bidding pallet thingy, like a number. And I believe that framed poster, that framed Project Starlight poster was like the 5th item for auction. I said, yeah, this is probably gonna go for money, because same poster got auctioned off. Well, not the same exact one, but another copy of it got auctioned off at another con, and it went for over $200. Here it went up for auction, and then, by the way, the guy doing the auction was like true auction man, speaking really fast. Could barely understand, but yeah. So I remember I went, like, it was going for started going for, I don't remember for how much, like $20, or it didn't. Okay, so it went up like 25, 30, and then 35. I went for 35. Like, I went 35, and I was waiting to get outbid, and it didn't happen. It took like a 20 solid seconds, and they just went sold. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I won this for $35. I felt kind of weird. It was kind of awkward. That I was there, and then Rick Fox was at the back seeing their item, like their like webcomic relic being sold for $35. Like, sure, it's going for charity, so every dollar is something. But like, I was like, oof, I guess I won it for 35. That's, I mean, it was a bargain. So I was happy with that. I wasn't gonna pick up the item yet because we were probably like, I had my eyes on this standee. Felix, hi, hello. Felix says hello, hola. Hi, hello. I'm in Sunday of my con. I've been talking for 3 hours now. So yeah. Here's the Felix says, wow. Yeah. So here's what happened. This is probably one of my sillier moments at the con. While we were like at the charity auction, I saw my phone and I saw my notifications because I had, after the whole Typesh nonsense last night, I put his account to notify me of anything that he posted, like as a push notification on my phone. And I saw that I had gotten a notification that Typesh said that he was gonna be at something called Radical Retro Reunion. So I immediately looked that up on the schedule, and I saw that it was gonna be a dance, like a dance event thing. based on music of the 90s and 2000s. And I was like, okay. But I was like, I kind of have to stay here. It's the charity auction. And like, you know, because I bid with my own number, with my own like con attendee number, I have to be here so that we can like redeem the item and pay. But then I check, okay, fine, where's this Radical Retro reunion? And I checked, and it was literally just across the hallway. It was right outside of the charity auction. I was like, no, are you fucking kidding me? So I told Zane, I'll check out. Hold on, I'll go check something out. I'll be back. So I sped out of the charity auction, ran across the hallway to the other side of the room, and I just beeped into the event, and it wasn't almost entirely empty. It was so empty, but there was already music blasting. There was like big loud music. So I was able to very easily scan every person in the room. There weren't more than 10 people inside of the room. The dance floor was kind of dead. There were like 2 people at the dance floor. But I scanned everybody, and nothing. I couldn't see him. I was like, oh fuck, is he not here yet? Or is he here? Does he not have his badge? How the fuck do I know where he is? Come on, this is my chance to meet him. So I headed back out and back to the auction to like tell Zane and just like to see what else was being sold. And I got nervous again, so I sped again. I out of the charity auction and into the dance floor, into the dance event. And nothing. I mean, I danced, kind of danced around like to try to look like I was like there for that, and not that I was like looking for somebody. Oh, and I did meet somebody else there. It was Toad. Toad is a bear guy that I've known for a while now. He's another boot guy. He's the one who fed me back at FWA 2023 when I was starving and it was 4 a.m. and I had no food. He had a press at his room, so he gave me a grilled cheese sandwich. He didn't even remember that anymore, but to me that was such an important gesture that I just hold it dear to my heart because I was saved. I had nothing to eat. But yeah, Toad was there. They were playing Hit Me Baby One More Time. But like a remix version of it, and Toad was just sitting, but I was just behind him, and we were just kind of like just sway dancing while I was just trying to keep it together. Tim came in soon after, and because I think I told Tim where I was. And Tim was like, oh, I haven't seen Ty. Maybe he's outside. So I just kind of, I was like, okay. So I got back outside and I just scanned the surroundings, but I couldn't really see him or anybody that I thought was like, I was looking for a Navajo guy that I couldn't tell what he looked like. So again, back to the auction for a little bit, and then seeing that the standees were not being auctioned yet, panicking, heading outside, heading back into the dance floor, and that's when I saw him close to the actually in the dance floor. There was this like long, thin twink in pink booty shorts, and then I saw the badge, Ty Pesh. And I was just I was trying to be like subtle, being like, oh fuck. Okay, so what I did was as follows. I reached for my screen badge and I said, okay, how do I get his attention? I got on my phone and I started just downloading video. I downloaded a video that I then like trimmed, and then I like kind of turned into a GIF. And this was that video. It was obviously one of his characters. I put it on my badge, on my screen badge. I put it on my screen badge, and then I headed back to the dance floor, and I just started just nonchalantly dancing, because the good thing was this was music I could actually dance to. This was like 90s stuff that I knew well. Hold on, let me put the let me align these better. One sec. One more. Okay, cool. So I was kind of dancing, and I just kind of approached him, and I did almost like as if I noticed his badge, and I was like, "Oh, it's you!" And then I pointed to my badge, like, "Hey, look, it's your guy." And then Ty noticed me and was like, "Oh, wow!" And then he pulled out his phone. It was like, "Can I take a picture of that?" Like, yeah. So he took an uncomfortably long time to take a picture or maybe a video of my badge. I don't know if that video ended up anywhere, because I never saw it again. And then he just went back to dancing. So yeah. So I did the same, and I just kind of decided to just chill and enjoy the music. Chip says Wacky Weasel running back and forth. Yeah, it was one of those things. I lived my own version of that thing where somebody runs back and forth between two places, trying to be in both places at the same time. It was kind of funny, but also very stressful. So yeah, we danced next to each other. Where's my in the pictures? Oh, now you want to be rotated? Get rotated, nerd. Wait, what? No. Oh my gosh. I am terrible at this. Okay, this is the right rotation. Okay, sure, whatever. But yeah, they were playing like songs like and like this thing of furry interest. Felix says Paula Abdul. Yes. Well, I mean MC Scat Cat. And I had just to take a picture. I think Ty also took a picture. But yeah, I just kind of vibed with the music. I danced. Now, this was a dance thing happening from 1 p.m. till 3 p.m., which is weird. Which is why not many people went to it. Like, the place never had more than 20 people inside. I would wager and say that there were never more than 15 people inside. The dance floor had like 5 people. One cool thing was when they played Around the World by Daft Punk, and we did the thing. We did the march, and we did it in a circle. It was fun. Like, Ty joined in. Like, I did. Everybody that was on the dance floor joined in. It was a fun time. But yeah, just generally dancing to other songs like Cher. Do you believe in life after love? Yeah, I danced my ass off to that. It was very gay. It was extremely gay. So yeah, I basically stayed until the event ended, which wasn't that long after. And the cherry auction was still going on. Chip says gay wheeze. Yeah. So yeah, after the whole thing ended, we left. Also, yeah, I had glow sticks on me and everything because they gave them out for the event. So we got out, and I just kind of told, without the noise, I finally told Ty Pesh, I'm like, I love your stuff. There's like your animations are so cool, but my friends don't seem to like them. He was like, oh yeah. And then he said that he had to go meet up with friends, and I was like, okay, cool, see you around then. He was like, okay, see you. And that's it. I don't know. So I didn't get his socials or anything, so I'm guessing that was just nothing. That was just an encounter for him. So, I mean, hurts to say, but yeah, you're not gonna hit it off with everybody. That was one of those cases where like guy was clearly not interested. So I was just okay with it. I was fine. I was like, okay. I basically mentally marked him as, okay, he's not approachable in that way. I'll just let him be. So yeah, at least I didn't go empty-handed. Well, I did go empty-handed in that regard, but yeah, at least I did the thing. I met him. Period. It worked out. Scrappy says 2W2 IIWII faces. It is what it is. Yeah, it is. So it was fine. I decided to focus on the auction. So we went I went back to the auction. Sat my ass down. And they were soon doing the standees. And the way they did it was kind of weird. They basically auctioned off the chance to pick any standee. So obviously at first they went like, okay, first pick for standees, and it went for over $100. And the person who won it went for like one of the standees. They auctioned another chance to go for a standee, and then they kept going like that. So yeah, they just kept going with the standees. While they were auctioning them off, I realized, I was like, this thing is huge. How am I gonna take a cardboard standee with me? Like, I can't check that in. That's gonna get destroyed and damaged. I can't ship this. I feel like it's gonna be really expensive. Foreshadowing. So in the end, I just waited until like they were like in the low ballings, like $40, $50 for a chance for a standee. And then somebody just picked the order, and that's when I just kind of I sighed in relief. I was like, okay, this is not my problem anymore. Like, it was nice to consider it. It was nice to imagine it, but then I was like, where am I gonna put this? How do I get this home? It was unattainable. It was not doable. Unless I lived in driving distance, getting that thing was not gonna be possible. So in a way, I'm like, oh, thank fuck you didn't let me bid in this and just be disappointed. Chip says, I found the art and posted it on the other server. Wait, you did? I wanted to find who was this? I don't even know who drew this. Oh yeah, you did. Oh, that's cool. Well, at least I can make a small one. Maybe I'll give it to somebody I know who works in a print shop, and they can make me a tiny standee. Okay, yeah. I can work with this. Thank you. Chip says Marble Huron is the artist. Okay, I'm gonna need to like find them, or like if they submitted this somewhere to comment on it. Okay, find that if you can and put it down, because I want to have the references. Thanks. So yeah, the standees went, and I was fine with that. So the auction ended. I think actually I'm not telling this in chronological order. I may have just the standees thing may have happened, and then I may have gone back to the dance thing, and that's when like it all ended. And yeah, and then Ty left and then went back to the auction. But I think the auction was over and people were just picking up their things, which was incredibly slow. It was so slow that they took forever for checking out, but whatever. So I got my print. I got my print. Where's my print? Where's that image? There's a print. Felix says make magnets and stuff. Yeah, I just want a tiny standee of him just to commemorate the one I couldn't get, the big one. Chip says link their blue sky. Thank you. So yeah, after we checked out $35 to the charity, I believe Rick Fox made a post about it, and then I said, and then they said, I believe it was Rick who won it. I'm like, yes, it was me. I did it. So yeah, this was mine. Now, this will come back. This will come back later. So yeah. I took this sprint over back to the hotel room. And I decided that for the rest of Sunday, I was gonna change into Casual Wolf. So I dressed up as Casual Wolf. Do I have Casual Wolf here? Yes. Okay, so this is my Casual Wolf. This is just, wolf in leather pants, just a t-shirt, the jacket, the gloves. Just very, very simple. And I was wearing pair 150, so a lot lighter. Still kind of stuffy, but a lot lighter than wearing the whole thing, which was already out of commission. Scrappy says Fox. Yeah, Rick Fox do be a fox. So this was the rest of my Sunday. I changed to Casual Wolf. I wandered around for a bit. I met up with Squeaks just downstairs because they were waiting for me at the Hilton. And we went to the TF meet and greet, which is a panel that I rarely ever do because either I don't vibe with the people, it's too crowded, my likes of TF are very specific, so... But I don't know, this time I was like, okay, you know what, yeah, let's go, because Squeaks brought it up, so I said, yeah, let's go and do it. Felix says, I had a snack friend named Snack that saw you there. Really? Well, okay, so I went to the TF meet and greet. We checked the way that they do it is that they have cards where they like write and draw on specific TFs that people are into, like werewolves and Toonie TF and pool toys and Pokemon TFs and stuff like that. And people just kind of like flock to the group that interests them and they get to talking. I saw in the table where they had the things, I saw that they had a very simple blank one that said character TF. Why are you sideways? Okay. There you go. They had this little card that said character TF, and I was like, hey, that's me. I'm character TF. Felix says, so same thing the Anthacon. Yeah. But this one was a little bit more organized because the cards were like a little more notable. This one sadly did not have a drawing, but I said, hey, I'm the one wearing Wolf O'Donnell right now. I'm the drawing. So I just paraded that card around. I did get to talk to a few people. I met a couple of people that I ended up adding to Telegram. We even added one of them to the server, to our TF server. I had a good time. I got really into it. I was really just enthusiastic the entire time. High pitched, lots of talking, very, very yappy. Just very enthusiastic about it, about talking to people, about like turning into characters and stuff. It was fun. Soon enough, they closed the panel and we had to leave, so we left the room. I believe Squeaks had to meet up with one of their fellas, so I let them go. And I think that was the last time I saw Squeaks. So I kind of wandered off on my own with one of the fellas I met at the TF panel, who is like now in our TF server. We wandered off together because I guided them over to the I think they were looking for something in the Marriott, so just guided them there. I wandered around for a little bit more until it was time to go to closing ceremonies. So I went there and I met up with Zane. We sat down. We watched the closing. Again, FWA is very high production, very highfalutin. So they announced the theme for the next year, which is gonna be about racing. They were very like 17,000 plus racers. Um. So yeah, am I gonna go? I'm not. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see how things look next year. Oh, they also announced they're having a New Year's event, which I mean, I'm also like ice emoji, but I don't know. Haven't decided. So yeah, after closing ceremonies, which again was just the cherry stuff, the total numbers, the notable things to talk about, but then that was over, and then everybody left. Um, I wandered around as Wolf for a little bit, uh, but I think I had like my head off. I think we went to the food court before it closed. I don't remember if that was before or after closings. I think it might have been before. Um, we went to the food court. I encountered Diesel and Tim there. Tim had to leave, so I stuck with Diesel. Diesel and their friend, which I actually really enjoy their company. I don't remember their name. I have to ask Diesel. But yeah, we kind of looked around for food. I think they got something, and I just mooched off Diesel's fries. Then Zane came over. Yeah, that's when I think it may have been before closings, because that's where I found Zane, who got me a very strange drink from Dairy Queen, I believe, which I liked. It was weird, but I liked it. And I was just having my drink. We got to talking. I talked with Diesel. Diesel lectured me as usual on Rick. Just stop trying to be popular, like feeling bad because people are not hanging out with you, and I'm like, I can't help it. So yeah, me being silly. So, yeah. Oh, that's also where I saw Zeeb again. All of it is very popular. Turns out, yeah, they all know Zeeb. Everybody knows Zeeb. Speaking of popularity, I think that's what brought the topic to begin with. So they left. So it was just Zane and me. We just went back to the hotel. I mean, not to the, yeah, I mean, technically the hotel, but the con space. And that's when I think we did closing. Then after closing, Zane and I just kind of wandered around with our heads, just looking at people. For a long time, we just kind of like stood around and then sat around to just like look at people, to see some con areas before they started shutting them down. Until it was late enough that we just kind of went back to our room. In my room, I just kind of unsuited fully and started packing my things. Because, Sunday evening means packing. Chip says, so that's how you met Zenustik. Yeah. Zen kind of followed me around. Because I was guiding them around. Felix says, and I know a certain someone that's loved the team. Chip says, the top racist. I would love to do a Rimba Racer thing, but it's too obscure, honestly. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't be able to get a Crumb or just any character from Rimba Racer's suit in time for that. I would love to, but I don't know. But yeah, so we went back to the room, started packing. I'm mostly making piles of things. That's when Zane ordered a pizza. I kind of talked with like Diesel and Squeaks and Tim on my messages. My plan was to try to invite everybody over at the same time, But only Tim got the invitation, which was nice because like I didn't get to see Tim much around the con. Just the few times I bumped into him. So yeah, Tim came over and he just saw me just while I put my shit together, while I was like losing underwear and trying to figure out where everything was. Uh, we also gossiped and just talked about stuff. Love gossiping with Tim. So fun. About like people at the con and things. And then when I had like made enough piles, we decided to head down to the undead dog dance. So I just kind of changed into something more just light in just more short spaced. I put on my paw shoes again, the new ones I got, the evil uncle scar themed ones. And yeah, we headed down to the undead dog dance, which was actually, it was loud 90s music. It was very nostalgic themed. Chip says Timmy boy and then a nail polish emoji. Yeah. Do I have a picture for this? I actually do not. I have videos instead. So this is what happened at the undead dog dance. I decided to bring my little fella Gary over to the con. Oh yeah, and that was, hold on, let me do that again. So yeah, I brought Gary, and I put up a fuckload of I tried to, my goal was to find as many glow sticks as I could to put on Gary. And I just did the thing that Scrappy does of zooming in and out. And then there was McGruff. So, well, I brought Gary. Tim actually brought McGruff with him to the undead dog dance. And it was kind of funny. Okay, so yeah, for me, this was me. This was me showing Gary a good time. This was the undead dog dance. Yeah. Really fun to do. Just wiggle him around. I wanted as many people to see him. I wanted, you know, my goal was for him to end up in somebody's video and be like, who the fuck brought Gary to the dance? Or something. I don't know. I tried to wave him up as much as I could. Felix says 90s for the win. I can't with these millennials, I swear. Scrappy says LEBH. I knew it was Tim. It was so obvious, lol. Yeah. No, look. Okay, so he did bring McGruff. That was his whole thing. It was, I don't know. So Tim was doing this bit where he was just going around and showing McGruff to everybody, like in a way that I wish I could do. It was cute. It was funny. They were it was a whole thing. Scrappy says at Felix, remember the 90s, 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 remember the 90s? And Scrappy says only Tim would do Mac Gruff. Ha ha ha. X3 face. Chip says xenophobic dog. Yeah. It was a whole bit, basically. I think the most pleasing thing is that, see, I brought Tim to that because we wanted to do something to cap off the con. As soon as I walked in, I heard the loud music and I was like, oh boy, this is not gonna go down well. To my surprise, turns out Tim was very, very into all that music. I can summarize that the genre of music playing there as angsty white boy. So yeah, take that as you will. Um, it was so loud. But turns out that Tim got really into it and he knew like pretty much all of the songs. Um, so Zane and I had had enough. I had wiggled Gary around enough, so we kind of decided to head out. Um, Tim basically said, "Okay, see you guys. I'm gonna stick around for longer." So he obviously liked it, which is it's good. It's good. It's good because Tim needs to have more fun at cons, and him finding something that he likes to do with others like that was good. I feel like I did a good by bringing him down there. So yeah, we decided to head back. Oh, by the way, the visuals for the music were just it was just nostalgia stuff. They put on like clips of SWAT cats, road rovers, Cookie Crisp ads, footage of Dark Souls for some reason. I guess that's also 2000s. Yeah, that was like the sub theme. Even though the theme was 70s spooky, there was a lot of 90s 2000s stuff. So yeah, we headed out so I could finish packing, which was so long and so annoying. Now, I'm gonna set up Monday. So, sometime during the weekend, we had decided that we also wanted to go and check out the aquarium too, because that was an activity for the con. There were like some like fursuit days at the aquarium, which obviously by then it was too late for that. But we said we might still be able to cram the aquarium on Monday because our flight isn't until 4 or 4:30 or something. We could still do it around the morning. So at some point we arranged, you know what, let's do the aquarium on Monday. The con's over, we have time. So that's how we set up Monday. And it's time for it's time to go back to this. Okay. We have one more day left. Okay? Just this after this puzzle we'll get to Monday, which is where it's a day where I like to call everything kind of fell apart. Despite the con already being over, shit hit the proverbial fan. And I'm just gonna say this with Zane's unblessing. Trigger warning. This gets a little spicy. Spicy in the sense that I was like losing my shit. But it's gonna be justified. I swear, it's gonna be justified. And you know what? I'm gonna be transparent because this was kind of rough for both of us. So yeah, let me get this puzzle. Let me get this puzzle done so I can get to my complicated storytelling. Okay. Okay, this one seems to be cooperating nicely. This is a nice puzzle. You can tell when they're nice, because they just let you solve them like that. What is this? 1, 1, 8, 10. Okay, 8 to 1 to 10, and then 10. So yeah, I will just set up like... Okay, I just want to say, despite everything, it all ended well. Like, everything ended up well, but there were complications. Which is strange. Having complications on the Monday after the con is is very strange. When does that happen? Virtually never. But it did. And it was just shit that we had to deal with. Okay, hold on your horses. I know I'm teasing a little bit too much, but that's how I am. All I do is teasing. 2, 4. Can I do 3, 6, 9? Yes, I can. Okay, hold on. Almost done with this one. Again, this is one of those that actually wants to get solved. Which is most of these puzzles. This is not a hard game. In general, it's very mild in regards to Squeakross, which I appreciate. When you just want a relaxing game. Did you know that Picross can actually get stressful? I've had it turn stressful on me before. Not this one, but others. They've actually been really like, oh, I can't find the numbers I need. And I don't know how it happens. It just kind of happens. I end up not figuring it out, and I have to basically save scum to figure out what I need. Which is not ideal, but sometimes it's the only way I know how to solve a puzzle. Hold on, what is it? 6? Oh, is this a full 8? Yeah, I think that's the 8. Okay. So 2, then done. And then that's the 2. That's close all this. And then that's the 3. 3. Down. 1. Oops, that's not it. Is that the 6? That's the 6. And that's the 2. I'm edging you. I'm edging you. There we go. And we completed it. We completed the page. Which means we can now go to the last day of the con and the end of my story. So, here's what happened. I'm gonna bring up the map. So, on Monday morning, we got up and we just kind of carried our stuff out. I had already finished packing everything last night. I just had to put in like the last clothes, all my toiletries and stuff. So I just put everything in. Zane's roommate had decided to sleep a little bit more. So we instead got like late checkout. But to do that, we needed to go down. So Zane and I just kind of carried our things, like just our things, out of the room and to the elevator. And I would say that for 10 solid minutes, maybe 15, we could not get a single empty elevator. They were either taking forever, or if they stopped in our floor, they were already full. So things got complicated. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but the entire con, the escalators and the elevators were managed by FWA staff, which were just people that FWA had hired specifically for the purpose of manning the elevators and making sure that people got on the elevators staggered, like, you know, leaving enough space and not cramming every single step with people. So the elevators have been managed the entire con, meaning that we had to wait in lines to get into the elevators, and then the elevator people would manage the buttons and everything. A fairly loose job, because sometimes they would just make exceptions and just let people on with no reason, or just skip lines. I know, because I did skip the line a few times, but by accident most of the times. But yeah, we were trying to get down to the bottom floor with our stuff, and it took forever to get a proper elevator where we could fit in. But we did. We managed to get one, and we rode it all the way down, stopping on each floor, witnessing disappointed and sad people loaded with things that were just gonna be trapped for a little bit longer. It was grueling to see. It was stressful. It was tiring. Everybody was tired after the con, and you had to deal with not being able to leave. Oh, Scrappy said nothing goes well, and Scrappy says you edge. Yeah, I'm edging. We finally made it to the bottom floor, and we took our bags over to the front desk because they had a service where you get to leave your bags, even though you're like checking out, or if you're already checked out or something, you can just leave your bags with them while you take care of your last affairs before leaving. So that's what we did. We left our stuff with them, and then we headed out. Because Zane and I's plan was to go to the aquarium and then just check it out. Just check it out for a couple of hours before leaving. But not yet. Because we did leave our stuff, but I had one more task to take care of. And that was... Okay, I'm gonna have to rewind on the pictures. Yeah, sure. Clockwise. Okay. This thing. So this thing, this framed poster that I had won at the charity auction. While I was packing, I realized that it did not fit anywhere. If I put it in my big suitcase, there was virtually no space for it. With that, it did not leave it, against the softer edges of the suitcase. It did not fit inside of my red duffel bag or my backpack. And it was just an extra item that I had no idea how to transport. So, in the end, I decided, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to mail it. If I can't carry it with me, I'm just gonna have to mail it. And that's what we ended up doing. So after leaving our bags at the front desk, we went over to the FedEx at our hotel in the Hilton, and we showed them the thing, and they were like, "Ooh, I don't think we have more. We don't have more boxes for art like that." And they were like, "Let me check with the Marriott. They may have some." Because remember, the Marriott was just across, like literally just here. So they checked over the phone, and they said, "Yeah, they have some." Okay, so we just walked across the bridge and over to the Marriott, and we headed down to the floor where they had the FedEx. By the way, I bumped into Toad while I was doing that, who was working. I had completely forgotten that Toad was staff for FWA, and he was just carrying things around, dismantling the con and everything. I was like, "Oh, okay, hi, hello, and bye," because we were like in a bit of a hurry. We were heading to the we needed to get to the aquarium, and we were still dealing with this thing after having had trouble coming down from the elevator. And now we had to go to another FedEx store, so we went. We asked, like, we brought the frame poster, and we asked about the because we said, like, yeah, they sent us here. Do you have a box? And they checked, and they were like, "Okay, let me check." And then they checked again, and then they also, I don't know what, but they simply could not find it, or they were trying to communicate with somebody that was in another part of the FedEx store, like in the storage room or something, and they couldn't get in touch. So the guy just said, "Okay, let me go check." So they closed the FedEx store while the guy just headed down, I guess, there to get the thing. Some solid 10-15 minutes waiting. I think it went up to 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Finally came back, and yeah, okay, they finally gave us service. They took our thing, started taking all the info on where this thing was going, decided to send it to my mailbox in El Paso, and they finally like calculated the shipping costs plus the packing materials, and it ended up amounting to $120 or so. I didn't even want to check. Zane said, "Oh, it's 100 and something," and I was like, "Oh fuck." I just like I was like, you should have seen my face then. I was just exasperated. I was like losing it. I was you know that what's that thing where like the character in anime is just like blank stared, and like there's like a water phone playing in the background, and yeah, like that like losing the shit face. So yeah, that was me. Chief says this is ridiculous. Yeah, so my $35 framed poster was now was now costing way more to get away. And Zane was like asking me like, is this what you want to do? And what do you think I would say after having gone to one FedEx store and then having to go to the other FedEx store and then having to wait for them to find the right thing to ship it, and then me not knowing if this cover in the frame was glass or vinyl. Even we even asked somebody else that was here also in the FedEx to like do something, and they said like, okay, let me check, and then they were like, I can't tell. So even other people couldn't tell what it was, if it was glass or not. And because sunken cost, and I had been waiting there for a while, and I didn't want to make it just be like, never mind, we're not doing this, despite having waited around for like 20, 30 minutes trying to mail this. I just said, just do it. Just do it. I don't care. So yeah, paid the price, got it mailed. At that point, I was like I had gotten in a bad mood already, because that was like, I'm gonna have to pay this. I'm gonna have to pay for this. Like, yeah, I wanted this print and everything, but like, despite that, the cost of mailing it being 3 times as much as that print cost me was insane. So we just kind of headed out like fast, because I was like, we have to go to the aquarium. We're trying to get there. So we headed out instead of walking. It was walking distance, but Zane was like, I don't want to get sweaty. I'm like, yeah, I understand. So let's just get a ride. We waited for a while for a ride to show up. And we finally got dropped off at the aquarium, but the wrong side. Okay, here's the thing. We're gonna need a map now, because this next stuff is gonna need a map. Not that. Okay, this is the map of the place, and I will start pointing things out. So this is the Coca-Cola place that we went to on Thursday. We got dropped off probably behind this building for the aquarium. So we headed down and we started walking through here. And when we got here, some people, I don't know what they were doing. I think they were like rallying for like some kind of cause, for a charity or something. They started just kind of bugging us. And we were like, we are in a hurry, because we were already kind of late. So like, it took a while, but they let us go. So we started heading down this way toward the aquarium. And oh, I forgot to mention something. While we were getting off from the ride that they had dropped us off, I checked my phone, and it was it was another post from Tai Pesh. Um, let me check if I can tell what it says. It said, eating some leftover noodles in the atrium. Come say hi. That's when I was like, really? Now you're saying where you are and what you're doing, and I'm all out of the space of the con where I could just sit down, and you literally said say hi. So this was a chance to talk to you with no hurry? Really? So at this moment, I kind of like blew my fuse internally. And as we were walking down to the aquarium, I was vibrating. By the point we got to here, well, actually, we made a bit of a detour and we went to this building, which is the Coca-Cola like drinks place. They have some wacky drinks here. They do like shakes and like floats and stuff. It's just Coca-Cola stuff because you know this is all Coca-Cola. This is where they do floats and things. Zane was taking a picture of the menu because like his roommate was still at the Hilton, decided not to accompany us, and kind of wanted one of the drinks here. So Zane was gonna get the menu, then we were gonna do the aquarium, and then before leaving, we were gonna get some drinks. When we were here, I kind of said, oh, wait. Chip says, I hate people who bug you like that, especially when you're clearly in a hurry. They are like that. They have a quota or something. Chip says, oh no. Chip says, don't tell me the aquarium is full of Coca-Cola too. Okay, hold on. So, when we were here, that he had taken the picture and we were going out here again, I just stopped him and I said, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We don't have time for this. And then Zane said at the same time, almost at the same time, said, yeah, I think the same. yeah, we probably shouldn't. And just very quickly, we just kind of gave up. So we headed back here. And I started just kind of like having a mini breakdown where I was like, why didn't we stop earlier? Why was all this happening? Why did we decide? Why did we think we were going to be able to do the aquarium? This was insane. I started having an actual breakdown there. I was like telling him, why are you listening to me? Why are you not saying me no? Why are you not saying no? Why are you allowing me, like, because I thought this was my idea, and he was like, no, this was my idea. I was like, but are you sure? So just big argument there. And I was like, oh shit, are we doing a scene in the middle? Are we having are we making a scene in front of the aquarium with all these other kids and families? Just like, so we just headed into this building which was empty, the floats place. And I was just kind of like, fuck, why? So I felt bad that we were not doing the aquarium, that we had all that morning, that we had wasted so much time trying to mail my print that I had won, and I had made Zane wait in line to pay for, that it turned out I could not take home with me, that I had to mail, with shipping that had cost 3 times as much as the print itself. I lost it. I blew my gasket. I just like, it was calm fury. It was like, I didn't scream. I just did like, I did this, like, just exasperated, just but yeah, so in the end, decided to just get drinks and head back. So yeah, well, we got the drinks, which, by the way, I got this. Let me see if I can find it in the album, because it's the last image. Yeah, this one. Let me just rotate. I got this celebration float, which is Coca-Cola, cherry syrup, chocolate syrup, vanilla ice cream, whipped cream, and sprinkles. And yeah. Setsuki, hi, hello. Sorry you had to come in at this moment of the recap. I'm literally recapping the very last day. Setsuki said con, and then a sniff emote. Chip sent 3 crying rigs. And Scrappy says, my poor wheeze! And so many exclamation points. Setsuki says, oh no. Scrappy sent like, what is that? 15, 20, 25, 24 crying Rick emotes. And Chip says, oh dear weasel. And then Chip sent 3 hugging emojis. Scrappy says, if that happened IRL, I think I'd run away. I would definitely keep enabling you to be a pleaser unless you told me to stop. I'd probably be shut down for a week. That's one thing that, like, I don't know how to deal with, which is, like, people not telling me no and just letting me carry out stupid plans. Like, I was mad at myself, but also mad at him because he didn't stop me, but it's not his job to stop me, it's mine. But I sometimes, having people say maybe this is not a good idea is enough for me to just shut myself down. And sometimes that's all I need. I don't know, it's like, it's complicated. So I was just kind of mad at myself. Chip says, yeah, we had a moment or two like that when we were together. I mean, I don't remember. Was it your ticket? It was kind of like that. It was a little bit like that, but I think yours was a little bit more intense. But I don't remember much of that. Setsuki says, I'm sorry to say you to this drink, making things even worse. And then a green heart. Honestly, I needed the sugar. I think the sugar made me feel better. I think the sugar actually helped. Okay, you know what? One sec. We're going to shut this game down because I've done what I was gonna do, which was gonna do 1 page of puzzles. I did. The part that I'm going into, and I mean what I'm doing now, is more serious. And I think at this point, how do I retreat? Main menu. Okay. So that was Squeakross. That barely was Squeakross. It was mostly my story, but as we knew, this was always gonna be just the background to my story. Scrappy says, yeah, if you make me feel bad, I'm going to go to extremes. Chip says, I was thinking when we went to visit Pepper. Okay, I remember that, and that was kind of the same, yeah. We kind of lost it a little. Chip says, that's the correct moment for a sweet treat as pick me up. Scrappy says, I know vaguely what this is about. It's extremely heart-stopping, emotionally astonishing. I will barely handle this. But no, it's like, I get it. I get it. Here's the thing, though. That was not the craziest thing that happened to us here. Hold on to your fucking hold on to your fucking hats. Okay, so we had the drinks. We talked a little bit about the stuff. It ended up unresolved though, because like we didn't really know what was going, like what we were like actually doing. So we after like getting our drinks, we just kind of left, walked. I think we walked down this way, like around this. This is like a very pretty park. It's just a little park here. Zane was already getting a ride for us to get back to the hotel. So we stopped here. Um, because this was basically the land of all the people that were like trying to get our attention for whatever their cause was. I don't remember what it was. Scrappy says, "Oh, no, 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 no." Oh, wait, hold on, Scrappy, hold on. Now, pay attention here. We came down here, and Zane got pulled over by somebody over to this part, which is, they had a little tent here. I don't know what they wanted to show him, but my attitude towards people that do this thing of like, pulling you aside for whatever they're trying to pawn onto you or off or something is that I will disengage immediately. They took Zane, and I just kind of stayed here. I was not gonna go to get pulled into that nonsense, so I just stayed here in the middle, just kind of looking around. Ignoring if they tried to get my attention, I just ignored them. Hell, I believe at some point they actually like approached me directly, and I pulled off the all reliable. I pretended I did not speak any English. I just went, ¿qué? Ah, no, perdón, no, no, no entiendo, no, ¿qué? I went, I just defaulted to Spanish, full Spanish. Like I had no idea what they were talking. And they would give up. They would give up. The one time Spanish has been useful for me. Um, Chip sent 3 laughing ricks. Felix sent greater than underscore greater than shifty face, and Felix says, "¿Y te creyeron?" Yeah, yeah, they did. They actually they ate that shit up because one of them told the other, "Yeah, he doesn't speak English." I just overheard them and I was like, "Oh hell yeah!" So they left me alone. I waited here around. It didn't take more than a minute. When I turned around, I was like, "Okay, okay, are they gonna let Zane go?" So I turned back to look over here. Zane was not there. He was not there anymore. I was like, "What? What? Where the fuck did he go?" I looked around. I looked around my surroundings and I could not see him. I was like, "Wait, did he go back in here?" So because I didn't see him anywhere around here, I walked back into the park. Maybe see if he had like backtracked into the park or something, or maybe he was gonna try to get an alternate exit or something. Nothing. I did not see him. So I went back out here, and I looked like a lost child, just trying to find like somebody. Um, Nothing for like a few solid minutes. Nothing. Felix says mames, but like M4M3S. Shush. Chip says lonely lost Whis. Yeah, I mean I was there for a little bit, and then I got a phone call. It was Zane. And he was like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm still here. Where you left me?" And he was like, "But I didn't see you." I'm like, he said, "I'm in the car already." Like the ride, the car. He's like, "Yeah, it's a like a white Tesla." Uh, he said, "Hold on, we're gonna pull around for you." I was like, "Okay, fine." I asked him, "Why did you leave without me?" And he said, "Oh, I thought because that you were just going to walk back. Because I did when we were back at the Shakes. I almost said like we shouldn't get a ride. We should just like walk back." And Zane was like, "Don't want to get sweaty. If we're gonna go to the airport, we're gonna fly." And I was like, "Yeah, I get that." But I did suggest like maybe I was angry enough that I wouldn't take it. He said, but yeah, he told me over the phone like I thought you were gonna walk back. Maybe you were angry and you were going to walk back. And I was like, "No, if you already got a ride, I might as well just mooch off that." But yeah, I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll wait around here." And then I just didn't hear him talk anymore. I thought maybe he either put his phone on his lap with the call still on or he wasn't listening. So I started just kind of like blabbering to myself, just like waiting, still waiting, don't see anything. I was like, "Where did you go? What happened?" I just was just talking to myself in low volume. So I kept waiting for, I would say, a solid 5, 6, 7 minutes, just waiting around here. I saw nothing. I kept on seeing nothing, and Zane was not responding until I finally saw him walk down from here. And he's like, "Where were you?" And I'm like, was here." He was like, "You were not picking up. You were not. I was telling you where I was." And I was like, "Were you? I couldn't hear you on the phone." And he was like, "Yeah, you were talking." And he started like saying like the things that I said while I was talking to myself. And I'm like, "Well, I couldn't hear you." So the call dropped just on my end. Like I couldn't hear you, but you could hear me. So weird shit. Weird shit of some kind. Eventually, I believe he had to dismiss that ride because it was getting silly that he was making him go around and then still wait. So Zane just dismissed him and just got a different ride. So we just walked over to this part, and over here we just waited for the next ride. But while we waited, I that's when I went into full panic. I was like, "How is it possible that you didn't see me? Where did you go?" Like, so everything was just kind of breaking down for us, just communication wise. Chip says he's in distress. The universe was conspiring against you. It was a weird, very, very strange situation. So here's the thing. At this point, um, I'm gonna let's see. Can I find it? Um, I'll get to that. So Zane actually traced in the map how things went for him. Um, so this is where we started at point 1. Apparently, during this point, um, he was he after he got called over at point 2. That's where he got called by the guy, and where I just turned around where I didn't want to deal with that. Apparently, soon after, Zane got the call from the lift, which made him go this way to pick the car. Apparently, I did not see him pass because I was looking somewhere else. So I was looking apparently this way while I was trying to find him, and he passed me by. Somehow he passed me by. And he did not see me, or he thought I was not paying attention to him, or maybe that I wanted to walk. So he just passed. And this, it says point 4, looked around again, realized guy at top. My guess is that while he was here and was looking around for me, he did not see me here because I had gone over here to look for him. I basically went missing. So while I was over here, apparently Zane may have gotten into the car, which apparently he picked up here. For the longest time, I thought he had picked it over here. But no, apparently it was here. So he got in the car, and while they passed by and tried to see where I was, apparently I had gotten lost over here. So I was not visible from the street. So he went by, and like way past this, I think this is where like Zane called me, and turns out they had gone around already off the street, and I was already here, and they were going to try to pick me up again. Or maybe, again, I was just simply not visible. It was confusing. Norami said, "Oh, hi, Norami. Hello." Norami says, "Weasel cursor." Yes, I had to get a cursor specifically made to point at things. This cursor was actually made with this map in mind. I used it in the other pictures because lucky, I guess. So yeah, that happened. I'm gonna show you now something. I'm gonna so By the end, I think Zane got dropped off here. He got dropped off by the car here, and he was still on the phone trying to find me. Could not find me. You want to know how or why? Well, I take you now to blind spot. This is where I was standing. I got this off Google Maps. This is where I was standing. This is where I was looking around trying to see where's Zane. He was the tent people were here. Norami says insert laugh track sound effects. You laugh, but this was all but funny. Norami, this was very upsetting. So this is what happened. Apparently, while I was here trying to find Zane, Zane was behind this kiosk. This is where the car dropped him off. He was behind the kiosk, behind, no direct line of sight. He was also, I guess, had no direct line of sight with me. This is some Ace Attorney bullshit, I will tell you. There's been crimes in the Ace Attorney games where, like, yeah, there's like no way, there's no direct line of sight, so nobody saw anybody. So when he finally started walking this way, I finally saw him. So he pulled me back over here while we were waiting for our next ride, and basically I was losing my shit. I would like panicking in front of him, just telling, "How is this possible?" I was like, "How is this possible?" One way or another, that's what happened. So we got on the new ride, and I was just kind of in the car. I was just kind of losing my shit very quietly. So we got back to the hotel. Um, we went and picked up our bags and stuff. Met up with Zane's roommate, and we said we gotta go now. We're leaving now. We were going to leave later, but no, we're leaving now to the airport because we also overheard from some people that apparently TSA, the airport security, was taking over an hour, and we said we don't want to like just waste time and end up missing our flight. Like, we are done. At this point, Zane and I were just completely done with Atlanta. We were done with the con. We were done with doing anything else there. So we got our ride. We got our all bags in. We got out in the car, and we just like left. And I was just waving back at the con at the hotel and like everything with my just I just flipped the bird at them, at everything. I was just done. We got to the airport, checked our bags, and Normie says, "Shit, my bad." Scrappy says, "It was awful. If I was there, IRL, I would have ran. I should stop myself." Chip says, "Someone had to have been manipulating probabilities." I did say that. I was like, "What are the odds?" I feel like we just shifted. Zane also said, like, we just shifted reality planes and we were like intersecting. It was one of those like we're standing in the same place but in different timelines, so we can't see each other. Satsuki says, "Such bad timing trying to find yourselves." It was like we were just running in circles, and it was just bad. After having had that moment at the aquarium entrance, it was just bad. Again, at the airport, dropped our we dropped our bags off. We went through security, and then just to chill, we kind of started. We took a walk around the airport. Zane was looking for coffee, his his special coffee, and we were trying to find something to eat. Went to an entirely different terminal to get his coffee. Got some crispy. I got a Krispy Kreme like strawberries and cream donut because it seemed interesting. And then we got Bojangles for lunch. The chimkin. It was interesting. I had never had mashed potatoes with white gravy, so it was white on white. It was interesting. I got a chicken sandwich. By this point, we had already like relaxed. Like we were back on chill mode because we were just out of there. We were out of the con space, which had become this stressful place for us now. Um. So yeah, we ate our food. We waited around. We met some more furries. The airport was full of furries, like just full of other furries trying to leave. Um, I even met another furry that was very nice. We exchanged socials and stuff. Um, and we managed to get on our flight like first try, so that was good. We got on the flight, and this was like a direct flight from Atlanta to Phoenix because at this point I had already changed my plans. The original plan was for me to like fly to Dallas and then from Dallas to El Paso, but because the flights looked terrible and they had apparently canceled some Dallas flights, it was looking bad. And the last thing I wanted after all that nonsense that morning was to get stuck in Atlanta or Dallas on my own and have to deal with extra bullshit. So we moved me to a Phoenix flight where I would stay overnight at Zane's place on Monday, and I would instead go back home on Tuesday morning. So that's what we did. And we got on the Phoenix flight, which was a long one. Um, I got lucky. I got to sit next to a furry next to me, who had like a really pretty EV and Evolutions hollow, like a what do you call those? Lenticular print, where like if you tilt it one way, you can see the EV and the Evolutions regular, and then you tilt it, and it's the shiny ones. It was very cool. So yeah, um, I didn't talk to him much, but it was nice to be next to a furry. I watch my videos and stuff just to decompress, to just chill. And then we landed in Phoenix. It was kind of the evening. We got our stuff, our bags. Took a while for them to unload them. Um, and then we got picked up by Turbo's mom, like Zane's roommate's mom, who picked us up, got our bags, and then uh we got driven back to drop our stuff off. Zane picked up his truck, and Zane and I just went out to get dinner, which was Mexican. We just went to a Mexican restaurant for dinner. I got some tacos. He got some tacos. Um, the restaurant was almost empty. Service was all over the place because they got the order wrong. They gave me beans. I didn't want beans. I wanted fries. They gave me the fries. Let me keep the beans, but I didn't want the beans. Zane didn't even like the beans that much. Um, they spilled water on our table. They had to clean that. Um, I don't know. Service was all over the place, and they kept wondering why we only wanted the sparkling water, or like club soda, instead of getting drinks. And we're like, we're not getting drinks. So yeah, we had dinner. We went to Walmart afterwards just to pick up a couple of things. I needed to find a Mother's Day card on on May 11th, which proved to be difficult. They didn't have them at Target. We went to Walmart. That's where I found one. I found one, just kind of there, and I said, "Yeah, this is good enough." Even though it was more of a husband to wife on Mother's Day card, it still worked. It was passable. So I bought it, and I just that's what I used. We went to bed. Chip says, sounds like the evening was a nicer decompression. After that day, yeah, it was better. But yeah, so we just returned. Basically, I just repacked my things. Oh, I did laundry. That's something else I wanted because I used all of my clothes at the con. Basically, did a quick round of like laundering everything I brought from the con, and then in the morning we just woke up really early, like 7 a.m., 6 or 7 a.m. Showered, repacked my clothes from the dryer, um, and then Zane was getting ready for work. Um, so he went and dropped me off at the airport, which was very full, but I managed to make it. Oh, also I didn't take my suitcase with all the wolf stuff and things. I just left that in Phoenix with Zane because the suitcase was kind of broken, like one of the wheels is broken, and I was not gonna lug that across the border and get all sweaty. Um, so I said you can keep it. Try getting it fixed. Um, I'm just gonna return with basics back home. So yeah, he dropped me off at the airport. And I just waited by the gate, and then I got on the flight. I landed close to around noon, probably like 11, and then I made my way over to the So I took a ride to the border, and then I crossed the border, and then I got picked up, and then because it was kind of still time, I asked to get dropped off at my workplace. So so I went straight from the airport to my workplace to punch in to do a couple of hours of work before leaving. Just so I could at least say, hey, I was here in the office on Tuesday. That's it. That was my trip. Oh, man. Okay. Thanks for sticking around for that whole thing if you were here. Um, from the list of people that I wanted to meet at the con, I missed one. I didn't get to meet Stody, or aka Infamous Mustelid, because it just never worked out. I met everybody else. I met Tiramisu, Squeaks, Diesel, Tim, Rick Fox, Taboos, Pog Island Ren. I ended up meeting Taipesh at least once. I met up with Kipe, which is like this wasp guy with cool shoes. Um, I saw the Milton Linksley fursuit, but didn't get to talk to him. But I did see it, so I counted it. I said, yeah, good enough. I did meet with VArt once. The poor guy, really poor guy. He didn't get a table to advertise his shoes. He didn't get to DJ. So the guy just kind of set up an improvised counter in con space where he was just troubleshooting people with their shoes. Zane went and talked to him because I guess he had like a broken buckle in one of his one pair, the red ones he has. And I went to talk to him before he left just to say hi. Um, love your stuff. Um, hope the new colors can come out soon so I can buy another one. I hope he's realizing I'm a loyal guy because I already have 4 pairs. I've bought 4 pairs of shoes off him. Chip says, "What a wacky series of events." Yeah, I know. That was my FWA. Yeah. Well, this went on for almost 5 hours. I was not expecting this for to go on for that long, and I was late because it took me 2 hours to set this all these images up and videos and things. Otherwise, you would have gotten your ears blasted out because of the louder videos if I had just dragged and dropped them into the stream. So you're welcome. Also, if you see a bunch of trash games here on my Steam Deck, that's because I've been just claiming a lot of trash games from you know, free offers and bundles and shit. Okay, well, that's it. That was my story. I also ended up seeing a bunch of people that I didn't know were at the con. I bumped into them at the con, and it got silly. But yep, I think that's it. Well, thank you very much for coming to this. Um, I had fun telling my stories, even if it got stressful. But like, it's all in the past. It it's gone. It can't. It like FWA already happened. It can't hurt me anymore. It's it's fine. I'm gonna be fine. You know why? Because I get to do it all over again next week. I got another con. Rick is going to Furlandia in Portland, in Oregon. Yep, that's gonna be next weekend. So yep, you're doing it. It's not that I honestly I don't think that one's gonna be a big deal. I'm packing light for that one. No fursuits. Maybe one fursuit. Um, but because the theme is Wild West, I'm probably just gonna be leaning on the whole cowboy thing. That's my thing. So yeah, um, boy, boy, that's a spicy sausage. Well, thank you very much for coming to this. Have a good night, have a good evening, afternoon, day, morning, or whatever you have on your side of the planet, and I'll be seeing you again very soon. I have to work tomorrow, Saturday, because I promised I would. I'm gonna be working like 5 hours tomorrow, so I'm just gonna go to the office and I'm gonna take care of some pending stuff just in time for the next week, where I'm gonna have to deal with some stuff at work. So I'm hoping that works out. Chip says, "Thank you for sharing all of your crazy con experiences. Glad for the times you had fun and sad for the times you had trouble." Yeah, well, again, I get post con relief. I'm glad it's over and glad it happened, I guess. As I said, this con was a solid B minus. It was okay. Chip says, "You rest well, dear Ricky. Sweet kiss wishes for you and know that you are dearly loved by me." I know. I'm aware. All right. See you then, peoples. I already said the spiel, so this was Rick that we saw that you know. Oh yeah, quick community calendar again. Monday, Bonanza. Wednesday, oh, okay. Monday probably Bonanza ending. I'm gonna try to be as early as possible. Wednesday, Bonanza cleanup, likely. Um, Friday, no stream. I'll be at Furlandia, Lemao, LMAO. That's all I have for you this week. Um, Still very busy with catch up, so unsure if I can provide server entertainment for you. So please understand, May is a busy month for me. Well, that's it. All right. This was Rick, that weasel that you know, signing off for now. I have to go to bed. I have to work tomorrow. Okay. See ya. Bye.